Hello, everyone, and welcome to week 47 already of the High Roller Super Millions, where we are done with the Spring Series Festival, but a new tournament circuit is already up and running. However, this is a good old regular High Roller Super Millions, but we've got an amazing final table, so I'm pumped for tonight. Randy is pumped for this morning, as always, it's very early for him. What's up, Randy? How are we doing?
What's up? Yeah, no, it's good. Another series from GG again, of course. So people are going to be winning lots of money. Obviously, all these guys grind all the big tournaments. Yeah, I'm curious about these Roddy bets. You put some money down today or no?
Yes, I already put some money down, but I also decided to spice it up. And I was like, you know what? I'll leave the client open and I'll listen to your feedback. Because last week, I mean, you pretended that you picked a winner, but we all know you didn't pick a winner. That was my winner. You just stole my thunder. But this week, however, I was not able to reel the final four tables because I had a little Omaha date with the rest of the GD squad at 8 a.m. And if I have to work Sunday afternoon, then be up till 5 a.m., then be up to 8 a.m., and then work again at 4 p.m. I did it the week before because I was like, all right, one time. But then we postponed it till the next week. I was like, okay, I can't do it this week. So I'm not as informed as I was the previous week. But I looked at our lineup, and I'm excited. Let's just go ahead and take a look at the 9 players that have made it to the final table of week 47. And I can only imagine, Nanonoko, that this is a lineup that you are truly excited over.
This is a tough lineup to bet on, Roddy. Like, there's a lot of good players in here, right? Sometimes there's like a couple standout players with big stacks and a bunch of randoms. Like, those ones are much easier to bet on, feel safer about you. But this one, like, man, I don't think you can really go wrong with anyone. Maybe the Chinese guy on the bottom, you're like, okay, maybe we won't bet on him. But I'm always into my Chinese brethren, but they haven't done well yet in the Super Millions. Let's talk about your bets.
All right, we can kick things off on my bets. I actually wanted to kick things off with Ami. Look at the amount of money that people already put down on Ami. And the fun thing is that he actually played a $108 satellite, won that, got into a $1,000 satellite, won that, made it into the main event, and on his first bullet made it into the final table with a top 3 stack. And I gotta say, it seems like a lot of people believe in him because almost $20,000 have already been put down on Ami. My 4 bets, Nanonoko. I'm a dreamer today, okay? Obviously,
Four
I had to put
bets.
some... Yeah, 4 bets. We've got 4 bets, but if you listen to them, you'll get why. First off, obviously, I see Limitless at our final table, only the second final table, I believe. Had to put some money down on him, even though he got owned by Ferrari men last time. You know what's funny, by the way? The other day, I was playing a regular tournament. I don't know if it was like a 50 Hyper or a 100 Turbo. And I didn't play against Ferrari men, but I played against Ferrari Kid, and he also had a little Ferrari as an avatar. So Ferrari man inspired people. But I put down 50 bucks on Limitless. Obviously, Lucas Reeves is a champ. He won it twice before, if I recall correctly. Had to put some money down on him as well, but I didn't go too crazy, just 25 bucks. Then the one where I went a little bigger, because I think that's the best bet I have today, looking at the amount of chips they bring into the final table, is Dario Sammartino. Put 75 bucks on him. And then I just decided, you know what? If there's one man who's good at surviving and then suddenly winning it, it has to be Yuri at the bottom. So I put a little $25 bet on him as well. But I was like, you know what? It's been a pleasant week in poker. Things haven't gone super well, but they went a lot better than the previous weeks. So I was like, I'm going to listen to Nanonoko's advice. And then in the final 6 minutes, before they close the final table betting, I can always put down one more. So Nano, the floor is yours.
But you already have 4 people. You still want to put money on a 5th guy? That'd be over
Or
half the table at this point.
or one of the guys that I already picked, and I can double down.
Okay, but looking at what you've bet on so far, it looks like you kind of pick a lot of the guys in the middle of the pack. I guess you like that little extra value. You don't like our previous champ, Guillaume Nolet, our chip leader at all? What's going on there?
I do like him, but I think this field is very tough, so I don't think that coming in with a few extra big blinds in the beginning, even though it's quite a few extra, is necessarily a guarantee to go all the way. And then on top of that, I mean, that man fires away, you know, he looks at this and I don't know, he probably thinks he's going to steamroll this table. One little setup is all it takes, and then all of a sudden he's in the center of the pack. So I don't know, if you convince me that Guillaume is the guy to go, Nanonoko, I'll trust you for one time.
I mean, like, if I was to choose one of the top 3 stacks, I do like Alex Ponakovs a lot. I remember when he's reached our final table many times. I remember usually when he came with a short stack, he was actually quite like icing him aware and just being quite careful. But when he was a big stack one time, I think he was like a chiplet, he was like jamming on people like crazy. I like the way he plays with a big stack. I think he's got a good chance to win. Ami Bear, I know he's got a good reputation. He's got $20,000 on him. We haven't seen him at our final tables many times and hasn't done that well, I believe, in the Super Millions. But if $20,000 is down, don't you kind of want to be a part of that, like little shit? Like, don't you? But the funny thing is, I feel like Ami Bear has put money on himself because I know he's bought 50% of action and stuff of people who won this tournament, I believe, and he just strikes me as a guy who's got 5K of that at least of himself because 20,000 on him seems ridiculous in this lineup. Just looking at it, right?
Well, maybe he put 9K on himself or 9.9K because he got in here with $100 and he's like, you know what? I may as well just get in here with a proper buy-in. I'm going to put 9.9K on myself. So I still paid the 10K, but then I get a little bonus if I actually walk away with it.
Yeah. You didn't talk about David Peters. I don't know if you know him at all, but David Peters is a longtime crusher in high-stakes tournaments. He hasn't done well in the Super Millions, but I think he did pretty well in some of those, what do you call it, those festival tournaments that happened not too long ago. It's his first final tables, very surprisingly, despite how many we ran. I think he's gotten like final table bubble and stuff like this, but he's never reached it. He's also a guy that I think plays really well and will go for the win too. If you were gonna pick a new guy, I would put it on the David Peters if I was to guess, just because like his style fits it. I'm surprised you put so much on Dario Sammartino though. The reason I say that, he's been to our final tables many times, but he's still salty from losing that main event. Has not won it yet, and I don't think you or me have been that impressed with the way he's played at our final table. Like he hasn't. I always known him as to be a very aggressive player, but like it's just been trying to like ladder up and stuff strangely. If I had to double down a bet though, it'd probably be one of the cash game guys, Lucas Reeves or Limitless. These high stakes nosebleeds guys, they're just crushing, man. That's what the guy last week that I picked to win did, Roddy.
Oh my God, mate! Don't even get started. Well, I mean, this is all nice and all, but you've got 3 minutes left. I need to place my final bet, Nanonoko. Are we picking a new guy? Are we doubling down on someone? What's it gonna be? My money is your money.
You can't pick a new guy just because I feel like having over half the field is too ridiculous. Okay, like
nothing is too ridiculous for me, mate.
You know what? I think you should put more money down on Lucas Reeves. I think you had 50 on Malinowski, right? Lucas Reeves, you had 25. They're the very similar type player, cash game crushers that they're good.
All right, we'll put down another 50 on Lucas Reeves. Nanonoko, I'm sending an invoice if this goes wrong. Just...
I should have tried I should have just hyped up this Judd Trump guy. I'm like, yeah, he's from China, $500 on him. He's in last place. Imagine what $50 times 40 can be. I don't know. It's a big number. I have no idea.
You know what? Sometimes I like to round down my GGPoker balance. Let's see. So we are, you know what? $13 on the Chinese Dream, 41 to 1. I believe $13, win 533. Send it over half the table. I'm a fan.
My God, what the hell happened at those Omaha tables? That's what I want to know, Roddy.
Well, I'll tell you actually, this is fun. I don't want to spoil everything because we have all recorded it. It was really cool. We basically, yesterday morning at 8 a.m. had a little get together. We had Minton from Russia, Jane Anders, Poker Sasha, Kakiti, All in Path, and myself. We all played at one table together. 5-card Omaha, so not 4, but 5. A 1-2-5 game. Obviously got a little bit ridiculous, and you know how the boys are. They're like, oh, let's do a flip. Actually, I don't want to spoil the funniest thing, but if you see this, you're going to laugh so hard. So basically, we agreed to make it 100 pre-flop and then just check it down. And then obviously someone is like, oh no, I made it 200. And guess what he had? And guess who won the hand? You know, I was like, oh my God. But it was actually an accident and we all believe him. He's like, I can send it back, guys. I'm like, ah. And that was fun. We had a good little run. But it wasn't just that. Overall, this week, it wasn't too bad, man. Not too much tournament success, but I had my little Italian friend over, you know, the world champ of StarCraft 2. Played a little bit of poker with him too. He actually won his very first tournament, so that was cool. It's so funny to see him be like really hyped up over winning like a small poker tourney. But I guess the feeling of winning something in poker is just awesome, especially if you're a bit new to the game. It's cool to see.
Yeah, just this beginner's luck for everyone, huh? Like they just always seem to ship some tournament. That's how they get you in, Roddy. And then you're like, oh man. Now I'm entering the whatever tournaments you play, the 126 bounty shooter or whatever you call it, and all these. What's that one? 10 big blind speed racer? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, speed races, mate. Yeah, I ship those every now and then. I always call them the highest skill fields. I was like, this is where the best truly separate themselves from the rest of the pack. And I just win flip after flip. All right, guys, final table betting is closed. Obviously, you guys always have 10 minutes at the beginning of the show to still put in a couple extra bets. And that means our pre-show is done. And now we've got 30 minutes until the actual poker starts. We're going to go over the profiles of all these guys and take a look at some of the hands they had on their journey to the final table. First up, Nano, anything that truly stood out to you this week? Obviously, we wrapped up a lot of the big festivals that were happening on multiple sites. I know that you follow everything that happens in the world of poker. What's the story? What's new?
I'm not sure what's new, Roddy. I'm trying to think what is new. No, nothing's too much is new for me, Roddy. And it sounds like I've heard a lot of what you've been doing lately. Guess we can just dive in sooner than later.
Wow, Noko. No railing stories, no sick pots, no crazy tournament results, nothing?
Not. I feel like there's something, but like it happened at the beginning of the week. Now I just can't remember what I wanted to tell you. But if it comes back to mind, I'll let you know.
All right. Well, guys, let's just go ahead then and take a look at the profiles of these 9 guys that have made it to the final table of week 47. We had 184 entries, so it seems like a couple of the big guys maybe took a break. They're like, you know what? We deserve a Sunday off. We've been grinding for a month straight. The GG Spring Series Festival was absolutely awesome. Crap ton of events. A lot of people were battling it out for the leaderboards. It seems like a couple of the big dogs took it off, and it obviously doesn't help either when Limitless makes it on his first bullet to the final table. They're like, hey, that's supposed to be a solid 5 or 6 entries. You know, we know that he likes to fire away. And a couple of the other guys. Basically, this entire final table, I think 6 people made it on their first bullet. Only 1 rebuy, I think, on Lucas Reeves and maybe 1 on Yuri. Honestly, they've been a lot of clean runs. Let's just go ahead and start off with the chip leader then. The man who's obviously been incredibly successful over at GGPoker. That's not too long ago. I believe he shipped the 25K. You can say, guys, see that on the right side for over $1 million. Guillaume Nolet. Once upon a time, he made it into our final table and basically busted in 1 or 2 hands after his queens got cracked by 8-7, 9-8 suited, whatever it was. And we're like, oh man, poor Guillaume Nolet waited a day and a half to play the final table. But I think Guillaume Nolet is doing perfectly fine for himself, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm sure he's doing fine because I think he did win that 25K or something, right? Like some big score recently in the what do you call GG festival with Dead Mouse and stuff like that. Yeah, it's 9-8 suited. I remember correctly. I think it was up against Nator, if you remember Nator, and
yeah,
they both had a big stack or something like that. And this guy tried to play like a big nit with pocket queens and got punished. And I think after he came back to our final table, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna win it this time.
Well, obviously he's been to our final table before, and he has won it 1 time. Let's see if he can also become a 2-time champ of the High Roller Super Millions. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that Mr. Nolet had on his journey to this final table. I looked at his hand, Nanako, and I was like, not the most exciting hand of all time to me, but maybe you see something that you really like.
I mean, it's a kind of interesting hand. It's a blind versus blind. It goes check, because it's just got queen high. I guess I'll kind of learn more about David Peters in this hand, I feel like. Because like David Peters, he bets the turn and he goes for a pot-sized bet on the river. He's trying to represent that king. And, you know, Guillaume, he had a pair of queens there and it just made that call, right? Like, it's not like an easy call, but like given it's a blind versus blind spot, the pot's a lot smaller in general just because it's limped. And I guess David Peters just goes for it. What?
You say it's not an easy call. Guillaume Nolet is sitting there at 2.5 million chips, and the guy's betting 280,000 chippies. And you've got a queen on this board, and you're telling me this is not an easy call? Come on. You would
I
snap
mean-
call this in 0.1 second.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think, what does David Peters represent here, right? He represents, like, because some guys bet the king on the flop, so the fact that he checks kind of makes it look like he's got a draw, which is funny because he does have a draw here. I think he goes big pot size bet on a river because he's just hoping his opponent would believe him. Because him trying to bluff his opponent on this board is... It looks like he's got something, right? Like, it doesn't really look like David Peters got like a 10 high. I don't know, but he does. It's not the easiest call, and it's not the hardest call either, Roddy, I guess. Just because whenever someone puts a pot size bet out there, you always got a little bit worried, try to figure out what's going on here. But that's why I think David Peters is a nice bet. Like, you can see that he's kind of going for it. Obviously, he lost his pot, but these little pots add up.
Like, I would say that, yeah, okay, it becomes a tricky call if you're playing 1 million chips, you know. If you then have to pay off 280,000 chips, you're like, oof, if I'm wrong here, then, you know, I don't want to say we're short stack, but we do become a little short at that point because you're down less than 20 big blinds. But I think with over 2 million chips, you just call here and hope you're good. Guillaume Nolet was good. So we're going to move on to the man who is chasing him. Second in chips tonight is a very familiar face to the high roller super millions. And it is Alex Ponakovs. He's been to our final table 6 times. He has cashed 14 times in 45 appearances. I truly wonder what happened in 2 weeks where he did not participate in a no-co. You think Latvia was without internet or what happened?
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as someone who would miss any of the super millions. I remember also whenever he plays the super millions, he always tries to sell action. He probably still does on his first bullet at least. Yeah, I don't know who's like. I feel like is Lena 900 the only guy who's played every single Super Millions or something like that?
I believe so. I believe so.
Yeah, maybe Adamo, but I feel like Adamo might have missed one. I don't know.
Adamo does strike me as someone who misses it just because he's 5-tabling some high stakes or goes on a little bender on Saturday and he's like, I don't feel like playing poker today. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that Alexei Ponakovs had on his journey to the final table. This one did not really help him. It's actually kind of funny because it doesn't show his hand here, but I know what his hand was. You know what, Nanonoko? I'm gonna test your poker knowledge because I know you don't prep the same way as I do. Take a look at this hand. What do you think Alex Ponakov had?
Let's see. So what? It's a raise pot blind versus blind. Ami Bear bets, and then Ponakovs just folds. I mean, I'm gonna guess Alex Ponakovs had a 10. He would never fold an ace in this spot. For him to call the flop, call the turn, a 10 makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's my guess. I don't know, like a 10-9.
I'm gonna help you a little bit. I mean, I can understand that guess, but if you take a look at just the call on the flop, think of a hand that actually becomes a little bit better on the turn, but you still don't really have it.
So you're saying some kind of spade draw is what you're saying. I guess some kind of gut shot, like it can't be queen jack suited, that'd make a straight, so like 8-9 suited.
Very close, mate. Very close. He had 8-7 of spades.
I see. Yeah. So, did Ami Bear have anything? That's the real question in his hand.
I actually don't know if I can see that. Well, no. We're gonna need a production crew for that. I actually don't know if he had anything, but I'm honestly gonna assume that he did. I'd be very shocked if he did all of that with nothing. But I'm sure that our lovely producer can let us know if he actually had anything or not. We'll come back to that later. But yeah, Alex Ponakov had a little gut shot in the back to his spades on the turn. Improved his hand a little bit, but still had nothing. Obviously, the river completely bricked, and he had to let this one go. This was relatively early in the tournament. Look how many chips Yuri had there, by the way. This was actually not that early. This is crazy. If you look at this, how the hell did Alex Ponakov go from 400,000 chips to second in chips at the final table? And how the hell did Yuri go from 1.8 million to what he actually brought to the final table? Seems like I missed a very wild Sunday night. Kind of sad about it now, but you have to blame the Omaha guys scheduling things at 8 a.m. All right, moving on to the man that you say is always salty, and you weren't a fan of my bet. But let's just go ahead and take a look at the beautiful profile of Dario Sammartino. Once upon a time, the runner-up of the main event. He has actually played in... Oh, no, sorry. It's Amichai. Hey, Ami has played in all of them, too. Sorry, guys. I maxed up my hands, but Next up is Army Bearer. I love this fact, by the way, Nano. $108 satellite into a 1K satellite, into the main event, into the final table on his first bullet. He's here, living the modern poker dream. $108 into the final table of the High Roller Super Millions.
The funny thing is, this guy can afford to play 10K and rebuy over and over and over again. But I think like he strikes me as a guy who just plays anything that he thinks he's plus EV in, which is pretty much everything. So he's like, well, I'll just play this $100 satellite, happen to do well in it. I'll just play this $1,000 satellite because I won the $100 and he's there. Because he most certainly would rebuy for a full $10,000. So he's not one of those guys that's in for $100 and, you know, won't play if he doesn't get in. Like he would just fire away anyways. But hasn't done that well in the Super Millions, I think. But he did get that third place to help him out in January.
Yep, it's a little while ago. Yeah, for playing all of them and then also maybe firing multiple bullets, maybe close to even, maybe still a little plus. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that Ami had on his journey to his 5th final table. And this is actually kind of a sick one. I mean, sometimes we say it best when we perhaps say nothing at all. And Noko, that's a brutal hand for King Chips, I believe, if I've ever seen one.
I mean, like, this is what you get when you slow play. You flop, you get like pocket aces, you flop top set or something. You just always want to check, right? And then like they hit some random backdoor flush or straight, and you just think you're so unlucky. Well, that's kind of what happened here. King Chips bets that flop turn, like maybe his opponent doesn't continue with the 8-9. I'm not sure exactly, but it also feels so disgusting. As played, he bets a turn. He gets raised kind of small, so like he gets the right price, and like there's just nothing both players can do at this point. It's quite brutal.
On the river, when King Chips bets 128,000 and then Ami bombs it for 500k, is there a universe where you're folding top set?
I just don't think it's possible. The reason is there's a chance your opponent has like pocket sevens, you know, pocket sixes. It's possible that just like, okay, I'm not going to raise a turn because, you know, maybe it looks too strong. If there's a chance that's true, there's just no way you can fold pocket jacks here. Like, it'd be crazy.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be folding it either, but pretty brutal hand for King Chips. Obviously a marvelous one for Ami. This is absolutely what helped him to get the things going and eventually carry over 3 million chips to the final table. Then next up is the man that I already introduced. I apologize for that. I messed up the hand order. This is Dario Sammartino. Once upon a time, the runner-up of the WSOP main event. First at the Italy all-time money list. He has played in 45 of these. Has made 5 final tables, 15 cashes. No top 2 finish, Nananoka. You don't believe it's going to change today?
No, because I believe he came to our final table as a chip leader. He's failed, right? 5th, 5th, 3rd. I mean, like, it is okay scores, but like, I've picked him to win it maybe 2 times at least, and he's failed every. He's dead to me, Roddy. This guy, it's not gonna get it done. I wasn't really impressed with the way he's played. Just personal preference, and nah. Well, you just wasted $75. I'm just gonna leave it at that, Roddy.
We'll see. I have the feeling that you wasted me $50 because you made me put it on the guy who has made it to 2 final tables and won both of them. And now you're like, oh, well, it's probably going to be 3 for 3. How likely is that? And he brings in the tiny stack. Anyway, let's take a look at one of the hands that Dario Sammartino had on his journey to this final table. And this one, Nananoko, I thought was a little bit wild. Not necessarily from his point of view, but that final call on the river by Limitless. He must have really not believed him. What do you make of it?
I mean, Limitless, like he's a GTO player, right? Like he's just kind of like when he doesn't believe, he will call down with whatever the hell he thinks is good. Like it's always like ace high and stuff like this. Let's see what happened here. Limitless raised. Wow, so his opponent called in position, Dario. So it's even like crazier, I feel like. And he check, called a turn. He just put his opponent on an ace-high type hand. Oh, not ace-high, sorry, 2 diamonds. And I guess the thing is he's not holding a diamond. He blocks a straight with the 8. Yeah, that's basically the gist of it, all right? And Dario didn't bet the flop, so he's thinking, look, this guy doesn't have like a 8-9, he doesn't have like a set, so it kind of looks like he's got two diamonds a lot. But you know, Dario, he used that to his advantage. It's like, look, I played my jacks funny, got a lot of value out of here. He actually got called by ace A high. You just always got to be worried that Limitless is going to call you down with ace high. Yeah.
So you think he's maybe reading this as like a king, queen of diamonds, king, jack of diamonds, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, pretty much. Is it the right read? I don't know, but like that's what he's thinking.
I mean, I do love it. This definitely gives us a signal to the rest of the table. It's like, don't bluff Limitless. I mean, I'm sure that not too many people are going to try to do that anyway, but pretty loose call. Dario Sammartino obviously was happy to see it. The Jacks brought in some extra chips on the river. And that's all he wrote for this one, which means it is time to take a look at the man that I am indeed not that familiar with, but you were hyping up a little bit in the pre-show. Here he is, David Peters, 7th on the all-time money list, has actually played in 45 of the High Roller Super Millions, has cashed 13 times, but has never made it to our final table, Nano.
Yeah, like I said, it's very surprising he hasn't reached our final. 13 cash seems like a good amount out of 45, right? Like 25% of the time, but like he just always gets his biggest score is like 66,000. The final table ball, he's got 11th. He really just goes for it when he thinks it's the right play. So he's the type of guy where he'll reshove those little pocket pairs if the big stack's been raising a lot, right? He's going to build stacks. If some reg 3 bets him and he doesn't believe him, he's going to 4-bet jam into you with like 7s and 8s, like some play. So he will go for the win. So I do think that he's a solid person to bet on. You didn't bet on him, but you know, like he would be a good bet. He just hasn't done well in the Super Millions specifically. He's done well in the other 10Ks and 25Ks that run on GG. I'm kind of excited to watch him play today.
Well, you got me excited. I'm on board. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that David Peters had on his journey to his very first final table. He was actually battling it out with Isaac Haxton. Not the most explosive hand of all time, but what do you make of it, Nanonoko?
I think David Peters played this hand well. You know, he's got top pair on him. You know, like, it's not a bad kicker and stuff like this, but once he sees his opponent check, you know, betting the turn and river makes a lot of sense. Sizing's good on the river, kind of like gives his opponent a good price to call. And Isaac Haxton, like, he calls him down just ace queen high here, right? Like, he thinks he's good, he's not, and well done.
Well, that's it for David Peters. You definitely got me a little excited. I'm looking forward to watching him play now because, yeah, I haven't seen that much of him yet. So should be good, should be fun. Let's go ahead and take a look at the man who has not just won the High Roller Super Millions before, but he managed to win it twice. And that's the only 2 times he actually made it to the final table. This is his 3rd final table, and Nanonoko seems to believe that it's completely reasonable that a guy that makes it to 3 final tables wins all 3 editions. Lucas Reeves seems like he's not playing an insane amount of tournaments over at GG, but I guess he's quite fond of the High Roller Super Millions.
Yeah, he's basically a cash game player. He'll hop into some tournaments here and there, right? So that, you know, he's got 27 performance appearances in the Super. Yeah, 2 for 2 wins is pretty sick. You know, like he's gonna win the 3rd one. It's very possible. He's got 30 big blinds. Remember, Adamo, the first time he made the first 3 final tables of Super Millions, he won it. So you know, like, I wouldn't bet on this guy winning it the 4th time he reaches the final table because Adamo didn't do that. But you know, 3 in a row, it's very, very possible.
I mean, he comes into the final table with 29 big blinds, 1.4 million chips, so there's definitely some play. It's actually kind of crazy, right? Because he doesn't have that many cashes, like 4 out of 27. That's not something where you'd normally be like, ooh, that sounds really good. But yeah, if 2 of those cashes were victories, then it's like, you're not doing all that bad in this tournament, are you? Let's see if Lucas Reeves can go 3 for 3. His hand is actually quite a fun one. I looked at this one before. Let's go ahead and take a look at this hand that Lucas Reeves had, where he was battling it out with a Croatian player. The casual defense of the big blind with 9-5 offsuit. That gives us a signal, doesn't it, Nanonoko?
Yeah, a production trying to talk to you, Roddy. But anyways, yeah, so Lucas Reeves, He defends the big blind with the 9-5. Begins to min raise and ante, seems fine to me. Flops a pair, check calls, turns some trips, leads a little small, and he goes for a 2x overbet all in on the river. And the backdoor hearts get there, a little straight gets there, and he still gets looked up by the pocket kings here. It's just Lucas Reeves he's got a bad image, right? He's gonna make some plays here. I believe these two guys, though, they're both high stakes cash game players, so they got a lot of history with each other. I think that's why Manuel here calls with the pocket kings. I think like against some other guys, he might like, oh, I don't know how you play it too well. I'll just lay it down because like it's a big overbet shove, and a lot of stuff do get there. But yeah, but this is pretty sick value with trip fives. I think most people can't get over 2x the pot on the river here.
What do we make of the defense with 9-5? Do you like it?
It's alright, like, because his opponent's min raising pre-flop literally with antes. It really can't be wrong with some kind of connected hand. Like, he's a very strong post-flop player. I think if you're not that good at post-flop, you're probably burning money. But if you're like one of these like Limitless type players, and you know Lucas Reeves here, you can probably get away with it. And you know, if you're getting rewarded this well by hitting a hand, you can definitely get away. If you're like the guy who like, well, if I shove 2x pot, they know I've got it. Like, yeah, you probably should be folding this hand.
I love that you're like 9-5, the connected hands. I'm like, we're really stretching here, aren't we? Like 10-3, Nanonoko? Do you
That's
see
not
that?
Connected at all. No, I wouldn't get behind that.
Okay, no. Moving on, well done by Lucas Reeves. It's very fun to see the two-time champ back at our final table. And let's see if he can do what our good friend Michael Adamo did a long time ago, and that is go 3-4-3 at his first 3 final table appearances. Definitely a fun storyline to follow. Next up is the man who once upon a time got so close to realizing the dream. We were hyping him up week after week, wondering when he was going to make our final table because we knew he was trying. Made it to our final table. Everything looked perfect. The stars were aligning. Roddy was going to win his bet. I'm, of course, talking about Limitless. So we can go ahead and take a look at his awesome profile. But then there was Ferrari Man, who ruined everything and somehow turned it around. Even though he was out-chipped 3.5 to 1. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was one of the silliest bet beats when it comes to final table betting I've had. I'm like, really? The guy that I've been waiting for to make the final table week after week after week finally does it. He's crushing, smooth sailing, and all he has to do is close out a 3.5 to 1 chip advantage over Ferrari Man, who hasn't done anything all night long. And then Ferrari Man crushes him. That happened once upon a time, and I'm very happy to see Limitless back.
What's worse was that Ferrari Man did not play a single hand until the heads up, and he was forced to play, right? Yeah, but you know, a second place was pretty impressive. I think he had a big stack. He was dominating that final table throughout. Here, he's coming in a short stack, 23 big blinds. Feeling pretty good about him too. You know, I always loved the cash game guys. I was rooting for them to win secretly by heart. Yeah, he's been playing a lot more tournaments lately, of course, and he's the end boss. He's Limitless.
The final boss. Well, if he runs tonight, like he runs in this hand that we're about to review, then I think there's a good chance that he could potentially take it down at his second attempt of making it at the final table. Because the hand that we are about to take a look at, let's go ahead and bring it up. Nanonoko, these are the hands that I can play too, my friend. When you have deuces and the flop is deuce, queen, deuce, life's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like the easiest way to play too, right? You flop quads, you just keep checking. If someone bets, you just keep calling. Some people are raising, okay, you just call because it's queen, deuce, deuce, rainbow. You can't even represent a flush draw if you put in a little raise somewhere at this point, right? So he just calls, his opponent bets, it calls, and as simple as possible that he played in. You know, actually, I'm surprised Elio Fox there kind of try to raise this flop, try to represent that deuce, right? Because he's in the big blind, and this guy's like, how can you represent a deuce if I'm holding all of the deuces? So I literally just have to just call. Yeah, well played for Limitless.
Do you think if the river would have been any spade, that's, let's say, not a queen, you think he gets it all?
Oh, 100% he gets it all right, because Elo Fox be like, look, I'm just trying to get value against like a queen. Like, there's no chance he would not get all of the chips. Even if they double the stacks of everyone, he still would get all of the chips.
All right, that means we have two more players to cover before we actually take a look at the main event of the evening, and that's, of course, live poker, that we all can't wait for. Next up is a man who has made back-to-back final tables. He's won it before. He's made it to 7 final tables in total. Our good friend Yuri from Brazil with the least Brazilian name of all time. Awesome to see Yuri here again. Nanonoko, this man is on fire.
You know what's funny? I think I read a post somewhere recently, and they're like, this guy Yuri final tables every single 10K and 25K on GG. And he seems to final table every single Super Millions lately, right? Because 7 final tables, got to win. He's just got a really impressive resume. He plays everything. I don't really know how. I still can't believe he won on March 23rd against Adamo. Like, because I remember he did nothing, like, and then just shipped it. But this guy's becoming one of the most consistent players in our Super Millions, right? Like, we always talk about Lena and stuff like that before, but definitely one of the top solid guys out there.
Yuri has definitely been doing great lately. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that Yuri had on his journey to his back-to-back final table. It's an ace-jack that he just raised, and eventually rivered an ace. Nanonoko, life's good.
Life is good. See, that's flop. His opponent leads into him on turn, small bet. He calls a ace high, and yeah, no, I think this hand is pretty well played. He tried to represent some missed clubs or 7-8. Hopefully, so he value shoves the river, and Alex ends up folding. Well done, simple.
Yep, solid call, I guess, on the turn, but yeah, maybe he just felt like he didn't want to. It's actually pretty big for this phase in the tournament. It was 2.5 big blinds, but he didn't have too many chips to begin with. So making that call on the turn, hoping to river something, or maybe just hoping that his ace high was still good. Well done by Yuri. Yeah, he doesn't bring too many chips to the final table tonight, but we know that he can survive, and we know that he can run it up. And that means we have one last profile to cover. Our short stack, the man that I fired $13 on because nobody else seems to believe in him. Judd Trump. All right, Judd, let's go. Let's roll with that. Apparently, he took down 3 GG Spring Series Festival events. That's actually very sick. Because then if you take a look at his profile, he's got this beautiful trophy case with all the GG Spring Series trophies. Has played in 10 of the high roller Super Millions so far, but this is only his first final table. His third cash, that's not too bad though, Nanonoko. 1 out of 3. I'll take it.
Yeah, it's not too bad. He's only played 10. Apparently he's a high stakes cash game player, so like he could be some sicko we just don't know about. I don't really follow the cash games over on GG too much, but he could be really good, and you could be looking good with 4-1 at 10 big blinds.
I mean, last week we had such an exciting run with David Coleman, it was, right? Who came in, like, I don't know what it was. The odds were pretty outrageous too, and he ran it up, and it actually looked like he was going to win it at one point. And I'm like, damn it, I want to be part of this roller coaster, whether you win the bet in the end or not. You're getting so much entertainment and value out of it. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that Judd Trump had on his journey to this final table. Well, he called. Actually just called. Small blind against big blind. Tricky. With ace king. The Ray guy felt very good about his ace 10 suited. Raised it up. And then we just... okay. A little bit excessive. Nanonoko, the limp jam.
Yeah, it's huge, right? It's like 30 something big blind limp jam. His opponent was just like, oh, what the hell do you have? Maybe you got like a little pocket pair, maybe you've got like a worse ace, and like he's the fight thinking, you would never do this with queens, jacks, ace king, ace queen, and he's like, ace king, what the hell? God damn it, I just got stacked.
Yeah, I can't even really blame the Ray guy, because a lot of people do like to jam, like they limp, and then you raise it and they're like, oh, you know, this was the trap, but then they don't actually have it. I mean, ace 10 suited, quite pretty. Can't really fault the man, especially because he had quite a few chips. But this was, I think, a little earlier in the tournament. And obviously, eventually, Mr. Judd ran it up to the final table. Tiny stack, but he's here. And this means it is time for us to take a look at the beautiful table. Because we are 1 minute away from our virtual shuffle up and deal. And this is obviously why you guys are here. And this is why we are here. because this is by far and away the most fun part. Uh-oh. Guillaume Nolet is not here, Nanonoko.
He'll show up eventually. But Roddy, like today, I'm gonna give you the first pick because I don't want to be accused of taking your winners, even though I picked the correct winners all the time, Roddy. So why don't you start off today?
Mate, you really cannot go for this narrative because I literally hyped up the guy for 10 minutes straight. He came in with a short stack. I told you I had my money on him. And you're like, oh, here I am. I'm going to pick the guy with the short stack, Mr. Lycode. And I was like, what? No, no, no. Okay, you knew that was brutal. Well, I'm just going to go for... I kind of just want to cheer. Let's just go ahead and go for Limitless. I know it's a bit out there. He doesn't have too many chips. It's going to take a lot of work, but I want to be on the Limitless hype train. So let's just go with Limitless.
Well, my pick's gonna be Lucas Reeves. This guy, he's won it twice already. 2 for 2, 3 for 3 coming. Cash game expert. It's kind of quite similar stack to Limitless. I think it'll be a nice battle to see them get to heads up.
That would be awesome, but I think it's going to be hard for both of our picks to really stay around for that long, especially since Alex Ponakovs has over 3 million chips, Guillaume Nolet, of course, with 3.5, a chip leader. And then we have Ami, living the modern 2021 poker dream, turning $108 into $1,000, into 10K, into the final table. That's honestly pretty sick. I can't believe that's even
Roddy,
real. And like you said as well, he doesn't have to do it. Yes?
I've noticed something. Do you notice that there's a gold ribbon around every single one of these guys besides Limitless? I'm not sure if it's because Limitless got a special avatar and he's not possible for getting a gold ribbon, but every guy at this table has one.
You can actually get a gold ribbon, even if you have a avatar.
Okay, so Limitless just sucks.
Limitless just plays cash games, mate, and that's why you love him. That's why I love him. I guess he doesn't play too many tournaments, but does like to fire the 10Ks and the 25Ks, especially during the big events like we had the Spring Series Festival. All right, guys, here we go. Limitless starts on the big blind. Oh, this... Hey, Guillaume Nolet could open and Trump could jam, no?
For sure. Also possible Guillaume might even jam himself if it gets folded to him. I'm not sure which one he's going to take. Some people like to jam into these 10, 20 big blinds. Curious to see which one he does. Probably raise.
I think we're raising, man. Jamming into 22 big blinds of
people
Limitless.
Do it. I'm saying people do it for sure. But maybe against Limitless, you're like, man, this guy will call me anyways. He doesn't care. Yeah. So, like, maybe he's the wrong guy. I think the King Queen should jam here, though. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's standard especially when it's the chip leader opening from the button. Guillaume Nolet is now thinking, 400K extra to potentially knock out Trump in the first hand. Not going to happen though. Hey, good news for my bet. Look at him. He starts off, wins a couple big blinds. My dream is alive.
I mean, that changed the odds drastically. Him just winning those blinds right there. You know, he won a lot of chips there, actually. 200K.
Mm-hmm. Guillaume Nolet made it a bit better because he didn't just defend his small blind, he won the big blind, and he also won the raise of Guillaume. Alex Ponakovs has ace queen offsuit after Lucas Reeves opens from under the gun +1 with king queen offsuit. It's going to be hard for you, man, to win this one, Nanonoko.
Well, he does think about it for a bit and calls. That would put a little bit of alarm bells for me for Lucas Reeves. Kind of like, okay, why did it take some time to call? But top two. King Queen. It's tough. King Queen's gonna be hard to win here. Can he win? Yep. No, he can't. It's impossible.
Jack 10.
That's too much of a dream, mate. King.
Dream.
It seems easier.
Yes, I guess that is one way to also. Well, I know there's way more. It's way more likely that the runner is Jack 10 than King. No. Alex Ponakovs makes a bet of over 4 big blinds. This is tricky, right? If you Lucas Reeves, it was a 3-way pot. He does make the call, and that's not good for Lucas, the 2-time champ, because he didn't have too many big blinds to begin with. Not a very hot start for him.
Yeah, I think he calls his flop thinking, like, maybe my opponent's making a move King Jack, Jack 10 type hands, and just one stab and done. Obviously, another bet's coming. Looks like our two guys will have this very same stack, unless Lucas just wants to just end it now, because I picked him.
It is a little over 6 big blinds, I believe, and Lucas Reeves will let it go. He knows the second pair is no good here. Solid start for Alex Ponakovs, which Nananuka means that we have a Neil chip leader.
Yeah, like I think Ponakov's gonna use these chips very aggressively. Like he's gonna raise pretty wide.
I want to defend the 4-3 of diamonds. If we fold this, I'll be upsetty spaghetti, mate.
Will you just think your $75 is gone? He's got the best hand.
No. No, I think actually Dario Sammartino is going to do well. And I just have an Italian vibe in my house. You know, I've had an Italian kid over for 10 days. And I've been eating pasta, so I was feeling Dario.
All right, all right. He's got the best hand. But if we get some funny runouts, like Ponakovs can easily just scoop this pot at some point.
Obviously, if we defend 3-4 and we do flop bottom pair on this kind of a board, we don't want to fold here ever. I think the only option is to potentially raise, but that would be a bit unnecessary too. Dario makes the call. That 10 is kind of an annoying card, isn't it?
It's annoying because your opponent could have the best hand, and they can multi-barrel this card with like a queen jack type, and you can't really call even though you got the best hand. I guess the good part about it is that if your opponent has these ace high type hands, they probably won't barrel again because the 10 connects the big blind more. So you oftentimes get to showdown pretty easily. Unfortunately, the 6 is somehow good.
Yep. You probably think like, if I was good on the turn, I might actually be good on the river with this run out. But it's actually not the case as Alex Ponkov played the ace-6 of hearts. What is Dario Sammartino going to do? He's going to check. I think Alex Ponakovs will be happy to check this one back. A little bit of showdown value with the 6. And he'll receive the good news that river was mighty fine. And that means he chips up over 4 million. Well done, Alex.
I mean, like, you didn't put any money on the top 3, guys. All of your bets are dead, Roddy. You're just toasted.
The more you tell me that, the more I know that I'm about to witness some magic tonight. So I'll take it with a smile on my face, mate.
If someone does it, it's going to be Judd Trump, right? You're 40-1 bet. That's my read.
Did Dario Sammartino just fold? Nolet does do what big stacks like to do, and that is open the mediocre aces. We're playing 13, 14 big blinds. Do we just jam this and pretend that we have 5, 6s, 7s?
Yeah, done. This hand's over. He's going to jam, of course. So he's going to be running up his stack almost the same as Lucas Reeves and Malinowski. But yet this guy's 40-1, and with Lucas Reeves is almost 12, and Limitless is 13. Yeah, if I could pick, I'd pick Judd Trump, right? Like at these odds.
Yeah, well, you won't get those odds anymore. Right? That's not how gambling works.
Oh,
no, because like there is a lot of like live betting on sport events these days, right? Even in MMA, you're like the guys like watching a close fight and one guy gets knocked out. You're like, hey, I want to put money on the who was the underdog? The 2-1 looks really good right now. Now the other guy's KO. It's like not how it works, Nananeka.
David Peters, he's got the solver bluffing hand, ace-5 suited. Think he's gonna put a little 3-bet? I mean, yeah, it strikes me like the type of guy who would do it. He's not gonna pass this up. What do you think, Roddy?
I think it's unnecessary. And David Peters seems to agree.
You're like, but he really wanted to, right? Because he used some time make this. Like, I'm supposed to 3-bet this, but he's like,
you are, but then you 3-bet, and then Alex just jammed, and you're like, oh my god, now you gotta fold, and then all of a sudden you're super close to the rest of the field at the bottom. I wonder if Lucas doesn't open there, if Yuri gets adventurous with his deuces. Alex should defend it though. The suited king 8 of diamonds. And that should be good news for Lucas Reeves. This king jack has him dominated.
Ponakovs thinking about reshoving this for him to take some time bank on this. Otherwise, call is definitely standard. Looks like he does call. Mid-pair action. It's these two guys again, eh?
Yeah. I mean, the pay jumps, obviously they're big, and it's always for a lot of money, but they're not as big as some of the other events we've had, because we didn't have too many entries this week. It was only 184, I believe, so tiny overlay as well, worked out well for the players. But that means that there is not a massive difference between 9th, 8th, and 7th. So I don't know if you really want to be like, oh, I'm going to put all this ICM pressure, because if you're short, Nanonoko, you're short, and if you're a good hand, you're gonna go for that double, right? Because 9th, 8th, 7th, it's all kind of close to each other this week.
Yeah, in theory, that's definitely correct. You shouldn't be going for pay jumps too hard in the beginning. The value is still in the top 3 spots. But some of these guys, like, they've been playing ICM, like, all their life, so it's hard to deviate from that at all. And they might not even be looking at the payouts too closely. They just know, like, obviously 8th is more than 9th, etc., etc. So I agree with you. I don't necessarily think everyone's going to take that advice, though. Let's see, how much the difference? It's 1.5 buy-ins from
Yeah.
9th to 8th. So
And then
it's
two.
something, though.
Of course, it's something, but we've had, wow, snap call there by Lucas Reeves. He feels King Jack is good, and King Jack, well, it's sort of good, but not totally, because the board paired on the river. So we're going to chop it up with the ace. Yeah, pretty fair. 9s and 5s. Why do I? Nah. If under the gun +1 opens, the shorty. Do we have a stack that we can open, or is it still just jam? No, I think we can open, right?
You can probably open the 9s. I was like, the 5s can't do it. We need, look, the very next position, same stack. It would be the most insane play if pocket 5s did something for Limitless, but looks like Judd does raise. Jack 7's out.
Oh my
and
goodness.
this guy, it's got 1,000,000 chips.
A hat trick. Played 3 hands, won all 3. Pretty much doubled his stack without going to showdown. As Limitless picks up queens. And I always feel that whenever Limitless opens on the gun, people are going to be like, it's Limitless, you know, he doesn't have it. Like, what are we opening over here? It's like, well, we're actually opening queens.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just that people have been getting some hands so far. We just started, but no one else is getting hands, so it's just kind of like, take it down, take it down.
Guillaume Nolet does have. Is that also the solver hand if it's offsuit, Nananoko?
I mean, it's not as premium, but you know what it is? You've noticed this too, right? The big blind, they got ace 5, ace 4. They always just 3-bet bluff in these hands, right? So obviously not with against under the gun, but I've noticed that a lot.
This could be a fun one. We've got ace 10, we've got king jack, and we have pocket 8s for the man who came in with the 41-1 dream.
This guy's from China. Pocket 8s is like the nuts. This is the pocket 8s.
Well, I actually believe in pocket 8s too. Ami playing his first hand of this final table. Let's jam it up, mate. So far, so good. They keep folding.
He can't fold this because it's pocket 8s from China. Like, there's just no chance, right? This guy had 1,000,000 chips, like 3,000,000 chips, 5,000,000 chips. He's going in pocket 8s to the deathbed. Oh my god, he folded. This guy can't be a true Chinese. He must be a white guy or something in China. I don't know, because like, what the hell was that?
Well, speaking of pocket 8s, David Peters has pocket 8s on the big blind. Maybe he's just like, came into this final table with no expectations, but all of a sudden I'm doing pretty good. I've got more chips than Yuri. I'm very close to Lucas and Limitless. Let's not get too carried away. Let's see how we play these pocket 8s though on the big blind.
Yeah, probably just call with these stack sizes. But you know what I think it kind of was, Roddy? I feel like the guy won so many pots and jammed that he was like, I feel like I'm gonna get looked up. Let me just get out of here this time. I bet you though, if he hadn't gotten in those hands previously, even if he had the same stack, he'd be jamming that. Yeah, I think the 8s was a slam dunk jam though, in my opinion, because look how big their stacks are. Those 3 guys, they're sitting right next to each other. I would think it would.
It's actually interesting, right?
Yeah, but 2 8s. They're different 8s. Different board. Nice.
8s make the call, and if we believe that 8s are good on the flop, they should absolutely be good on the turn.
Yeah, this is also a turn card where I don't expect Ponakovs to... I wouldn't expect him to continue firing unless he's got me a lot of times. Peter's just going to bet out the little tiny bet. Deny that equity. A 5 improves the big blind. You'll often see this when the board pairs, just kind of like a quarter pot bet.
I feel like at first I was like, wow, like, do they have it? Do they just want to pay off? And then I just like looked them up a couple times, like, hey, they're just pretending they have it all the time. No, they don't actually have it. There's always a wrapping trips over here. 7s, ace 10. Could be some fireworks.
I think he should be playing his ace 10 suited. trying to wonder if he's going to call or 3-bet. Because I kind of expected him to 3-bet the ace-queen before. But he just
I actually
called.
like 3-betting ace-10 suited. Because if you just call and then there is an ace and then they start betting, it feels, still gets a bit awkward. Well,
This is why you call. You just flop
a
it.
reasonable flop for Alex Ponakovs.
It's so hard. What are the chances of flopping a flush these days? I don't even know. I've been playing poker for like 10 years, but like, my God. Beautiful.
I mean, the only thing we can really do here is check it back, right? Oh, that's not a good card. You don't want to see that, right? Because you're like, oh no.
I mean, it kind of depends, right? It depends on, you don't want to see it generally, but when your opponent shows weakness, maybe it's a good thing for you because maybe he'll fire on the 4 flush, or maybe, he's caught something.
Alex is trying to figure out how he's going to get some chips from Ami here. And he decides that a 2.5 big blind bet is the way to go, 2.6.
Gonna work. I can't imagine 7's folding. Now the river is where things get interesting, right? Because the guy bet on the turn of a 4 flush. He's gonna bet again. I wonder what he
I think
bets.
he's going to go big, truly hoping that Ami has like a queen or a jack.
Like a pot-sized bet?
Yeah, maybe a bit more even. I think he's going to go greedy. He's going to go like 650, 700.
It's possible. I'm trying. His line would look funny, right? Because you gotta remember, he would have to have check back the flush, and he would have to have check back the ace of hearts, but some people like to bet on the flop. So because that's like less likely, his opponent, yeah, he's going about pot-sized bet. His opponent might look on like, did you really check back the ace of hearts? Did you really check back the nut flush this deep? Like stuff like this, and it's tricky.
Like, I do think it's tricky, but I think if you're Ami here, you should just be like, I have invested a little less than 300K in this spot, and now I'm going to pay off 600K just because I think it's a little suspicious with the 7 of hearts. Like, it's just unnecessary, right? Sometimes, even if it's annoying, if it's unnecessary, I think it's just better to let it go. Well done by Ami.
Yeah. But no, we both nailed it, right? Like this guy's gonna go at least pot-sized bet, and just cause like people like to make their lines look a little funny when they've got it too, cause like people like to outlevel themselves a lot with some hand reading. So yeah, nice.
I love that you're like raving about Alex Ponakov in the pre-show, but then you tell me to put more money on the guy who has literally won it 2 out of 2 times. Like, what are the odds of him winning it 3 out of 3, Ninenoko? I'm molding over here. I'm losing my last hairs. Wish I had some money on Alex now.
Hey, you know what? Like when I heard your final table betting stuff, and I looked at the top 3, Ponakovs came in second. He stood out to me right away. I think I told you was like, I think this guy plays to go for it a lot more. Like, I wouldn't bet on him to win it if he was the shorter stack, because he's pretty good at laddering. But when he's a big stack, he's like kind of like a different player.
Well, Lucas Reeves does rejam the ace-king suited here, picks up a couple of the chips that he lost since we started this final table. He's this. I don't think we have to open every hand, Alex. Guillaume Nolet should open this one, though. King, queen of spades. Under the gun +1. Don't think he's going to get a lot of action. But I think if I'm Ami, I'm defending. 6-4 suited. Feels like a monster when you close. Wow, he lets it go. I actually would have liked to see him call there, Nana.
What a nit. Good thing you didn't put money on him too, Roddy, because I'd be very disappointed. The 6-4 suited seems like a slam dunk call with 50-something big blinds.
Yeah, you're closing the action. One little big blind. It's a hand that flops well. I always want to see flops with 6-4 suited, 6-5 suited, 6-7 suited. It's just fun, Nananoko, because there's always backdoors. And then you can start dreaming.
And it's, you can make the best hand, just check down after one bet. I like to limp with 2 10s though, because the chip leader is known to stab at this spot. Like, I think if Alex Ponakovs had like a 5-4 offsuit, that would have been raised up,
I think Alex is probably calling here, right? We've got a gut shot, we've got a 5-high flush draw. It's obviously not great, but I don't think we can just fold here.
Easy call. It's gonna be hard for him to win this spot. An ace, a 4, non-spade.
I mean, you don't need to win because you have the best hand.
Yeah, true.
I think if he starts betting here, like Ami will probably. Oh my goodness!
Ah, jinxed.
Did you just doubt whether or not there was going to be a 4? No, 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 coach. Jeez Louise. You absolute fish. What are we betting? 140, 180, 210?
I don't think I bet too much. Well, maybe he goes like 200K. I'm trying
Yeah.
to think. Because I can't, I was going to say I don't expect his opponent to have a king too often, but then again, I realize they're quite deep stack and people play quite passively a little bit. So
Mm-hmm.
it's actually very possible.
Does make a big bet. And this time, Ami does make the call and will receive the bad news that he got rivet. The 6 high straight for Alex Ponakov is good. The rich get richer, 4.7 million. What an amazing start for Alex Ponakov tonight.
I'm liking the way he plays, right? Like the way Ami played the 6-4. I know he just folded the big blind. He didn't really play to him, but it was
Wait,
a little tight for me. What
this could
you
be
think?
bad news for Lucas Reeves because, okay, he
Look at
lets
his
it go.
stack. Look at the
Yes, I
stack.
know. But that's the solver hand that you always talk to me about, and everyone's raving over. And I'm like, uh-oh.
I
Because
think
Ami is
if
obviously.
Limitless opened with a bigger stack, maybe we see something happen. But off of 20 something bigs, like you can't make a play at this guy.
Well, Ami's on the button with ace king suited, and he puts in the 3-bet. This would be a bad moment for Limitless to go for it. This is not looking all that pretty. You know what Tony G taught us a long time ago? Never overplay King Jack. And it holds true until this day, Nananaka.
I love that video. Like he's just like berating a guy over and over on your bike, a King Jack. And here's
Back to
King Jack
Russia.
again.
There you go. You're a professional player, and I can do this to you. You are a terrible player. Gone, gone. I've watched it quite a few times. Tony the sicko.
You should be showing your friends that come over these videos of these.
Oh, they've seen it.
Okay, yeah, these are funny.
I think my absolute favorite though was on the big game, which I know you participated on too, and it was really fun to watch. When Phil Helmut ran it 4 times against the
Yeah.
loose cat.
That's funny because I was thinking the same thing. I was going to ask you. You should show him that one because like he just he gets. I love it when he gets slumps in his seat. He's like looks
Yeah.
like so defeated and yeah, hilarious.
And then I think Tony is still needling him into it. He's like, he's going off on Tony. He's a nice guy, Tony. Good times.
Have you seen
I
the?
love the concept of that show, though. I thought it was a really good concept.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you seen the? You like PLO, of course. Have you
Mhm.
seen the Patrick Antonius and Andrew Roble one? You
I
should
don't
watch
think I
it.
did.
Like
Okay.
it's like they run it like 4 times. It's like a cash game pot, and it's hundreds of thousands in there. And they're like, Robo, he's a no limit player. He's playing
Yeah.
PLO, and they're just like, what the hell did you just get in with? And he has like I don't know, maybe like 25% run it 4 times, and Antonius loses all of them. Like and he just says some funny ass comment. You should look it up later. It's pretty
I
funny.
will. After the show, I absolutely will. David Peters, the man who has won a couple chips so far, has pocket sixes in the small blind. Dario Sammartino, are we going to defend if we do get raised? I hope so.
Yeah, this is going to a flop somehow. Just whether it's a raise, it's probably just going to
Check.
go check because
Yeah,
you don't want to raise and blow this hand off.
I'm with you. And Queen 8 flops best. Mid pair. Not a flop you're in love with if you're David Peters. Well, the 4 is nice. The 8 and the 10 a little less nice. Obviously, a lot of very bad cards to come on the turn and river. That is a card you do kind of like, right? If it goes check, check, now you feel a bit better about your pocket sixes.
Yeah, I think he should probably consider firing, but it looks like he's gonna keep. Someone's got to fire. Okay, if this
Yeah,
goes check down to the river of no bets, they should both be eliminated right now.
I agree. Pay jumps for the rest of the table. Dario Sammartino does bet 1.2 big blinds, I believe it is. David Peters makes the call with the sixes. The ace shouldn't change that much, right? I don't think.
Check it down. There's
Yeah.
no chance more bets go in here. It'd make no sense.
Dario obviously has showdown value with his 8. And he will receive the good news that the 8 is good. And Dario Sammartino, the man who is apparently still salty from being the runner-up of the WSOP main event, wins his first pot of the evening. Uh-oh. Maybe some fireworks in this one. I see queens. I see ace-jack suited. And Italians love ace-jack suited, Nanonoko. I have learned that. Yes.
It's a tricky one for ace-jack suited because Yuri's opening such a shallow stack under the gun. It's tough.
We can't fold though. We have to at least call.
I don't think you can call because like, what are you just hoping for? Like, flop something?
The flop that Alex Ponakovs just hit. That one, Nanonoko.
Sammartino strikes me as someone who's gonna fold this, and also I wouldn't fold him. Like, okay, never mind. Bye bye, Sonny. Your chips are gone. I told you, this guy has no chance.
I didn't see too many aces across the board. Well, we do flop a jack, but obviously we need a little more. We need an ace or a jack for Dario Sammartino, or Yuri will get the double up. That is not an ace or a jack. Dario Sammartino loses a couple chips. Yuri wins a few. 1.7 million for the man who's back-to-back final tables. I like Yuri. Yuri just sits there. He looks at everyone
solid,
raising,
man.
battling, and he's like, hey, I've got queens. And then he doubles up. And now he grabs himself a coffee or a caipirinha. I don't know what he's drinking at this time of the day. Must be nice being Yuri.
He's so consistent. I have no idea how he does it. Kind of like Lena, right? Like, I have no idea how he does it. Like, this guy's just so solid. Like, they just seem to always get deep runs and wins and stuff like this. But I guess it's not too bad for you since you have like bets on every single person at this final table. So it's just passing chips from one guy to the other. Not a big deal, right?
I actually kind of like it, you know. Now Yuri has a bigger chance, but my bet on Yuri wasn't that big because he had so few chippies.
I mean, you've got like what, $300 on the table, or whatever, combined off the whole table.
It's not that bad, Nanonoko. It was 175. Now it's 225. If Yuri wins, still $150 profit.
Did you add the $50 bet that you added in on Lucas Reeves? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Play some flip and goes, mate.
Yeah.
You know what I love? The other night, I had a little DJ night with my friends, and we were just kind of sitting here playing poker late at night. And then all of a sudden, at like 3:20 a.m., they're like, hey, sign up for some flip and goes. I'm like, damn it, I always lose. But fine, I'll sign up for some flip and goes. Then I sign up for the $20 flip and go. And who do I see in the lobby? It's Elkie with 8 bullets. I just like DM him. I'm like, you degenerate. Why are you playing flip and goes at 3:30 a.m.? And he's like, haha, so sick. I love these, man. I think that's so awesome. This guy's really sitting there in Prague at 3:30 a.m. playing some flip and goes.
He's like waking up in the middle of the night to go play some flip and goes, and you know Jenny's like kind of like, where's Elkie? Like fucking flip and goes.
Guillaume Nolet, King Jack suited. Looks a little better than when it's offsuit. Decides to open again. Dario Sammartino with ace queen. I mean, obviously, maybe a little shaken up about the fact he just lost a bunch of chips with ace jack. But ace queen is quite a bit better than ace jack. Just makes the call though, but gets outflopped by the king jab. Punish.
Roddy, I told you, like, why did you put so much money on this guy? The guy just calls with ace queen because he's trying to outladder these 700, 800K stacks. And he just gets punished and punished over and over again.
There are 2 more cards to come, Nanonoko. I see diamonds. I see a queen. We can actually check this back. There's obviously no need to make the pot any bigger than it is.
Yeah, I agree. Betting doesn't make any sense.
There's the first of the many diamonds, Nanonoko.
Going to win the hand, Roddy. Like, he's just destined to lose.
He's in the river of coconuts, mate. The 4 of diamonds. Like, it can't wait to just hop out of the deck. I mean, I guess that wouldn't be the nuts because then it's 5-6. I know, guys, but nobody cares. Because Guillaume Nolet is not opening 5-6 of diamonds. Or maybe he is actually on there.
Told you. Told you, Roddy. But I don't know what the hell Guillaume Nolet is doing either. What's he flop and turn? Like, why are you giving this guy a free shot to win this pot? Like, I know Guillaume's he's won our tournament before, but like I've never actually been that impressed with his play personally.
It's actually a really funny hand because you open King Jack, and that's, I mean, obviously it's a decent hand, but it's not the absolute nuts. You flop top pair, there are two diamonds, and you're like, you know, I'll just check. And then on the turn, another diamond rolls up, and you're like, I'm going to check again. But in the end, it does pay off as Dario Sammartino makes the call on the river and will receive. He's probably shaking his head right now, right? He's like, King Jack? Like, what was that? You know, how did we get there? And how did you get me to pay off? Limitless time,
Yeah,
baby.
nice. Unfortunately, I don't think the king queen suited will be calling him. The position's a bit too early. It's a little bit too many chips to call reshove. Unless he's just feeling hot. He's like, look, diamonds on the last board, king on the last board. Like, I'm calling.
He's like limitless, probably has like maybe a little, maybe he's got nines, eights, sevens. That's kind of funny because we're jamming, but at the same time, we're not really jamming. Hope, like, what's going to happen? Three other people are going to bust in the same end. You're going to fold ace king.
It's
We all know
possible.
that. No, limitless will never fold anyway. Even if the entire table would go all in, I still don't think he would fold ace king. I'm not gonna say it, Nananoko. I am not gonna say it.
What? Oh, pocket fours, Roddy. Come on. Come on.
No, because Yuri's got a four. It's not fair. My pocket fours are handicapped here, okay?
Did but Peters just fold ace jack or something? I think.
I can take a look for you.
I don't really need to see Roddy, but you know.
Oh, damn it. I completely forgot free rolls, by the way. I didn't put my alarm. If I don't put my alarm, I don't know anything about free rolls, mate.
Forgot about free rolls. Forgot about talking about pocket fours. It's just a bad day for you.
No, I did not forget. I didn't want to do it because damn it. Now I lost my zoom window. There we go. Because there was a four in the hand of Yuri. So then I pocket fours always make a set unless you can't really make a set. I mean, come on, then it's not even
You know,
fair.
what hand we're seeing is just king jack everywhere. King jack, king jack, king jack. Just Tony G just popping up. Like honestly, you know, it'd be funny if like Tony G was somehow like a sponsored pro in GG, and then like they made emojis. That'd be like the best emojis, right? Like this guy's got a little bicycle rolling around and just that'd make me laugh. Like that'd be the
Absolutely.
best.
Alex is gonna open up the jacks from the cutoff. And I do expect
Ooh,
Limitless to defend here with his beautiful King 10 suited. You're right, by
for
the way,
sure.
David Peters did fold ace jack.
Chance Malinowski even jams King 10 suited if he thinks Ponakovs is just raising too often. Bye
Oh,
bye.
and he does. And Alex Ponakovs, I do not believe will ever fold jacks. He's the chip leader. He's gonna make the call, and Limitless is in danger. He needs a king or lots of hearts. Well, that's a promising flop, but we still need help. We need to hit a king or a 10 or a heart, or Limitless is out. We hit the 10 on
Oh,
the river. Limitless is back. Chips up to 2.5 million. What a spike on the river there, Nananoko.
did you see all those like thumbs up, dude? Like good play, good play, good play.
Hey, Trump has pocket queens. Judd Trump. We have another free roll starting, guys. Sorry, I missed the first one, but we are giving away a couple of tickets. Just head over to the free roll section over in the GGPoker client. The password for the second free roll is Yoda. It starts in 11 minutes, so you still have some time as the queens will jam. King 10. King 10 just won then. Oh, maybe King 10 wins again?
10 and a half big blinds. He's probably getting annoyed at this Judd Trump.
Yeah.
Judd's been getting a lot of big hands. He just hasn't ever gotten called. But he has picked up two extra big blinds though. Someone's always opened, which is good news for him.
Now Guillaume Nolet is like, is that a strategy to win a little bit more, but you don't have to go to showdown? I'm sure that Mr. Judd Trump would have loved to be called there. We saw him fold eights earlier. We've got nines this time. If Alex Ponakov opens here, I'd be in shock if we're folding nines now. Let's jam it again. Nines are great.
100%. It's not even close.
I mean, we did fold eights, mate.
I know. I'm not saying I agree with that play, but this has got to be a jam. This guy might have superstition winning back-to-back hands or something funny. Okay, there we go. But man, if Limitless did not drill that 10 on the river, like Ponakovs Probably just ship the tournament, right?
No, 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 there are 8 people left. No, I'm not even gonna. I will no longer tolerate this. I will stand up for everyone else out there that has been chip leader and never won a tournament. Anyway, guys, one more time. Free roll starting in 10 minutes. We're giving away 4 $25 tickets for one of the big WSOPC events, the Big 25. Password Yoda with a capital Y, YODA. Good luck and fun. We have one more starting in 40 minutes. Stay tuned. After the break, I'll let you know. I mean, that was good news for my bet. All my bets are doing just fine, Nananoko. Yeah, we bet on half the table.
Because you have half the table, of course they're doing fine. You
Except
even have
Dario
the guy in
Sammartino.
last place.
Yeah, to be honest, 2 of my guys are at the bottom. Actually, everyone's at the bottom. But David Peters is the guy I didn't have any money on, and he's been winning chips. But let's see what Alex Ponakovs does here with 7s. These are obviously very gnarly boards. I really don't mind just c-betting one time and just hoping that the big blind lets it go. Because that is kind of your board, right? When you're raising, relatively early position.
Yeah, I agree. It definitely hits your board more than that. It's a tricky hand, of course. Like, these are the ones where people are like, am I supposed to bet? Am I supposed to check?
I think always bet one time, and then you can always reevaluate on the turn.
Well, I mean, if you get called, you pretty much always lose the hand with 2 7s on that board. But yeah,
not if you double barrel, mate. Double barrel, triple barrel. Come on, Nananoko. Where's the
quadruple barrel, every
overbet river. Let's go. David Peters opening Queen 9 suited from the cutoff. Hijack, actually. Takes it down. You love to see it. He's been having a very smooth run at this final table so far.
This final table's been a little slow so far.
Come on, we just saw the men drill a 10 on the rim.
I know, but like, see, like, I'm not surprised that the one time there's big action is Limitless, right? Like, he's got it in bad as usual, but you know, like, yeah, no, it's kind of been a little quiet, I feel.
I like it. It's good for the show. Look at Yuri after his double up with the queens. He's like, well, gets folded to me. King 5 of clubs on the button. I'm going to raise it up. Let's see. Alex Ponakovs. I have the feeling he's just going to call, even though like 3-betting. Oh, never mind.
Really? Right? Like, there's no chance. He would never, against 20-something bigs, he's always jamming this, especially with a big stack. Even better.
But sometimes whenever they just lose a big pot and they were dominant chip leader, they're like, man, I could have had so many chips. They don't necessarily want to like inflate the next pot. Dario Sammartino, obviously, he's going to play this one. What do you do? Open rip? I guess we do, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Say if you raise small, everyone's going to think you're strong anyways. Plus, you stop someone from defending the big blind when your chips are really important.
Well, Nananoko, so far I'm very happy about the fact that you convinced me to put 50 more bucks on Lucas Reeves. Has he won a hand?
I mean, look, it doesn't matter because he's won it twice in a row. Three, it's very alive still.
I am very superstitious about that kind of stuff, but I would like not actually bet on Lucas Reeves because I know he won it twice, but I didn't know it was 2 out of 2. If I would have known it was just 2 out of 2 and not 2 out of 4 or something, I would not bet on him. Not because he's not great, because he clearly is. But what are the odds of him making 3 final tables and winning it all 3 times? Oh, great news for Dario Sammartino as he picks up the Rockets. And Alex Ponakovs, once again, by the way, Nananoko, has pocket jacks.
Brutal, man. So brutal. This little luck box, like from the second place main event, getting aces.
No, you're so sick.
Ponakovs here. Great player, getting punished with pocket jacks over and over again. Even one jack is folded. Such brutal.
Guess he is always 3-betting this one.
Yeah.
From the
Just
cutoff.
trying to figure out what size to make it in case people behind him wake up with something.
I feel like the moment that Dario Sammartino jams it, though, Alex Ponakovs, I feel like he already knows what time it is. And he's like, all right. What do you got, mate? Aces, kings, or queens? Tell me. And like you're just almost praying at this point that he's got ace king suited because you're like, well, at least I do all right against that. But I think he knows, but he still has to call because nobody folds pocket jacks. Dario Sammartino needs to avoid one jack, and if he does, he's totally back in the game. Just one time. Just one out, actually, mate.
Just one out. That should be a new one.
Yeah. Instead, it's the ace of diamonds on the river, and Dario Sammartino is back to 2.2 million chips. How many chippies did he bring into the final table? Let me look that up.
I think around his stack, because he lost a lot of his chips, right?
Mm-hmm. Be messing up my second monitor. Yeah, 2.4. So he's still down a little bit, but hey, completely back. My bet is doing
He needed
great.
aces to get back to where he was. Okay, needed aces.
I mean, aces are great, but aces are a lot better when your opponent has jacks. And one of the jacks got folded too. Those are the real premium aces nobody talks about.
We just got king jacks and pocket eights all day at this final table.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Let's see if Guillaume Nolet feels adventurous and wants to open queen 9 offsuit.
I hope not. It'd be quite adventurous. Oh, he is going to open. Okay. Is he chip leader? Yeah, he is.
No. Oh, yeah. I guess he is now. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, because why, right? Like, this story doesn't add up, but now it makes sense.
Everyone's been losing chips. I mean, Guillaume Nolet was a chip leader. He still is a chip leader, even though he lost 500,000 chips. And he does flop best here. Queen 9, mate. It's the new powerhouse.
Queen 9 off. All right, well, I don't think David Peters is going to win the spot. What, you think an 8 or a spade's going to roll off? I doubt it.
I do think you have to call one time here with the 8s. I don't think you can just let it go, especially for that tiny bet, like 1.5 big blinds. Get out of here. That 4 is actually not a good card for David Peters. Normally, he might think it is, but it's just going to make him feel better about his 8s.
It's tricky. David Peters flat. Well, I mean, Queen 9 is like going to think he's got the best hand, but he's also going to be like, I'm not trying to get multiple bets in here. If he bets his turn, he's going to check the river. I think check makes a lot of sense, though. Look, he's going for like the third pot. This is like, this screams like strength to me. I think I gotta find these 8s in the trash can as soon as possible. Nope, never mind. Value town.
I think I would check this one back there if I'm Guillaume Nolet, because I'm like, am I the one getting trapped here? Does he have a 6? Guillaume traps it back immediately, or checks it back rather. And he actually has more chips now than he started this final table with. Came in with 3.5. He's got 3.6 million now. Well done. Yuri might feel like ace 4 offsuit or ace 4 suited under the gun. But he lets it go.
I like how I'm hyping up Alex Ponakovs with the top 3 stacks, and of course immediately gets screwed over with jacks twice, and now Guillaume Nolet, the one I said doesn't impress me as much, just chip leader now. Roddy, what's happening?
Well, we might actually make it through our first hour of the High Roller Super Millions without anyone busting. And I don't want to say that has never happened before, because I know it has, but it's quite rare, Nanako. A solid 6-7 weeks ago, guys, we had Michael Adamo coming in as the chip leader to this final table. And it was a very empty table by the time we were done with the first hour of poker. I think 4 players were left as Michael Adamo was just taking them out, each and every single one of them.
That was a great final table. That was like the sun run of all sun runs too. Like, cause remember he was like hitting everything and he was just playing ridiculous. And I can't believe Yuri still ended up coming out on top of that. But Ace Jack, Ami's been kind of downswing, but slowly, like just bleeding a little bit over and over again.
You know, normally I'd be like, oh man, this is kind of sad because he came in with a top 3 stack. But Ami is in for $108 in a no-go. So even if he flops quads and still loses a hand, I'm not going to feel that bad because he's in for $108. Oh, that's not a nice card for him.
Yeah, Ace Jack. Just got all of the pairs but the wrong one. He needs the queen.
Obviously, if you were beat before, you're still beat. The ace doesn't change all that much. I guess the only difference is now that you beat kings, but...
Wow, what a check there of king, queen. Kind of a bit of a conservative check, but also tricky check.
I mean, there's 800k in the middle. And Ami probably feels that He probably has the best hand here. We know
Well,
that's not the case.
well, Guillaume's been checking some spots, so it's actually been getting him to get paid off when people can like, okay, I don't have got to fade any more bets. There's just one more bet to come. I think the way he's played it, he's probably gonna get paid off another bet. I hope he just goes like 500K. Don't get greedy with these stupid 1.1 million random over bets.
No,
Like it
no.
just, I'd hate those plays because like they always got it. The size is okay.
It's still quite big, of course.
Mm-hmm.
This is annoying, man, for Ami. He hasn't really been able to get things going his way yet. But he's in for $108, guys, so it's okay. Don't feel too bad.
The crappy part about this for Ami Bear is thinking like, man, logically I don't really lose too many hands. Like, did he really just check back a queen on the turn? Ace King probably would have 3-bet me pre-flop. Like, what do I lose to? But then
He
that's
did
a
it
great
before,
read.
though. That is a great fold. I mean, Guillaume Nolet did take a very similar line just a couple of hands ago, and I'm sure that Ami was paying attention. Well done. Excellent fold. As your man, Lucas Reeves, picks up the Rockets.
Nice.
And Ami has, once again, King Queen. Guillaume Nolet is the one opening things up. He's like, Queen 9 was pretty good. But this actually sucks for Lucas. It would have been way better
Oh
if it was
yeah.
Lucas versus Ami.
If had folded to Lucas Reeves, he would have got a full double up. Now he gets less. I'm
Yeah.
like, just running bad. My guy's running terrible.
Yep. It's actually unlucky. Guillaume Nolet has no idea that he just kind of screwed over Lucas Reeves. Because otherwise, Ami would have probably given him quite some action. Oh, poor Lucas Reeves. I feel like his avatar really suits the way that those aces got
It
paid
looks
off.
like a meme. I don't know. Is
Yeah.
that a meme or anything, or is that just
Yeah,
something
it is
he?
like, I don't know if that's a sad one or not, but it's one of these frogs, no?
It's a monkey for sure, isn't it? It's a monkey.
All right,
It's
never mind.
not.
Looks like the sad papaga frog or something. There's too many memes out there, Nanonoko. I know that you're old, but I'm getting way too old for all the memes too.
Your life is a meme, Roddy.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just you feel like a no. Elky's a meme.
Look, he's a legend, man. Imagine just crushing poker, crushing life for the previous 30 years, but at 3:30 a.m. you still just want to play some flipping goes. You've got everything a man could desire, but that's not going to stop him from playing a flip and go at 3:30 a.m. Oh,
Okay, look.
ace four.
I mentioned this before to you earlier today, where I was like, "Oh, the ace fives, the ace fours from the big blind. It's just such a high 3-bet frequency." I think the logic is the ace blocker doesn't play that well post flop because it's not suited. Yeah,
Dario
yeah.
Sammartino, let's go of his beautiful king queen suited. And Guillaume
What do you
Nolet
think?
extends his lead over the rest of the table.
What do you think about that king queen suited? Hate to see it.
The fold?
Yeah, I mean, like that's such a pretty hand, and everyone 3-bets this garbage ace X offsuit now. Like, don't you feel like you got to at least see a flop with that stack?
Yes, but I also think that Dario Sammartino was probably a bit shaken up about the fact he came into this final table with 2.4 million chips and was down to 600K not too long ago. So he's probably happy that he's got some playability again. But yeah, especially when it's a chip leader 3-betting you from the big blind, I'm like, yeah, I agree with you. I think I'd like to see a flop there.
I mean, like king queen suited is like another league of a hand, right? It's not queen like a king jack suited. Like, okay, I can get away from king queen
We're
suited.
jamming this, right? By the way, Nananoka, the king five of diamonds, small against big.
Yeah. Okay, no, we're gonna limp, but I think so. 12 big blinds.
I prefer a jam there.
Me too. Um, his limp looks reasonably strong too, so I guess he does get a decent amount of flops. But I just think the hand is good enough to jam.
And it doesn't play incredibly well post flop, right?
No,
It's one of the how
that's the
many good
thing. Like
flops? Yeah.
when you're a tiny stack like that, a lot of times you kind of just want to go for the raw equity to the hand. Like say he's got ace deuce offsuit, right? Like it's the best hand, but it plays terribly post flop. You just insta jam this hand. King five suited is quite similar.
I'm with you. Instead, it's Malinowski, also known as Limitless, who flops top pair and will take it down on the turn. A little bit of a missed opportunity there, perhaps, for Judd Trump. I can also understand that after, sitting here, coming in as a super short stack, playing some poker for over 55 minutes at this point, he's like, do I really want to bust right before, the first break with king 5 of diamonds? I wonder what Limitless does here with sixes. What do you think
Probably
is the right play?
flats.
Yeah.
Limitless is in the previous final table. He would just flat call these spots. Some people just fold a lot of times, but Limitless is like he knows he's got some funny image, so he can get paid off a bit more.
Obviously, the ace is always a bit scary, but I don't think you can necessarily put Guillaume on an ace here, right? Because he's the chip leader. He's been opening a lot. We have seen the hands that he's been opening. Like, I don't know if I
Yeah.
would just fold the sixes here immediately, because he opens Jack 10, King Jack, Queen 9, Queen 8. I don't think I'd fold
Yeah.
sixes, and Limitless agrees.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think a lot of guys would just fold pre or maybe even fold the flop, but it makes a lot of sense that if the guy wasn't the chip leader, I'm more likely to fold. With the chip leader, they just have too much random hands. And that's actually one of the better flops, if you think about it, because it's not two overs, it's just one over. And it's hard to do with two sixes.
Guillaume Nolet checks back on the turn, and that's going to make Limitless feel pretty good about his sixes because the board pairs in sevens, which makes it a lot less likely that Guillaume Nolet has a seven. And if he had an ace, why the hell would he check it back in the first place?
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he bet.
Yeah, me too. That would honestly be like, it's always hard to figure out whenever someone is bluffing or not, but that would really feel like a bluff, right? That'd be a weird line. Well done by Limitless. Solid call on the flop. I like it.
Bunch of garbage around, so yeah. So your little peel, is this like a show? We're gonna like show it on YouTube or something, Roddy?
Yes. I don't want to reveal too many details because I don't know what I'm allowed to reveal. But all I can say is that we had a private Omaha game at Monday morning, 8 a.m., 1-2-5. Just 6 tables, also on a private game. It was really fun. I enjoyed it. 5-card PLO, of course, because it's still relatively new. And obviously everyone recorded it. We had some banter with emotes and with little snap cams here and there.
So everyone recorded from their point of view, and they'll kind of like do a compilation of like whoever's in the hand, they show their video or whatever. Yep. Okay, exactly. That'll be cool.
It will be cool. You'll let me know how I did. Okay. Have you ever played 5-card PLO, by the way?
No, I have no idea. But I think it'd be better for me just because I think every hand is good in 4-card and it's not. So 5-card, I'm more likely to be playable.
Mate, I came in with one mission, and that is let's get the highest VP pin. I don't know if I succeeded in the end, but I was playing a lot. I love 5-card, man. But I think it's actually pretty funny because I know that the other guys from the GG squad, they probably just like, oh, Roddy only plays StarCraft. But I've actually played a lot of 5-card PLO, and I think I've probably even played a little bit more than some of the guys at the table because obviously a lot of them play no limit tournaments, no limit cash games, a lot of 4-card PLO. But I've actually been playing a lot of 5-cards, so I was not feeling too bad about it. I was like, this is going to be fun.
They're probably like, man, we've got a nice fish in this lineup. Roddy's playing, like, we're going to take his money. But, you know, like, what, this guy actually plays a little PLO? That's what they're thinking. I thought he just commentates.
I don't know. I love the PLO. Some people say that I have to go to Omaholics Anonymous because I'm playing a little too much PLO and not enough StarCraft at the moment. Ace King suited and 8s on the button.
I'm surprised Limitless just folded the Jack 10 of hearts straight out to this raise. It just with this stack size too, which is, whew, it's a hard hand to fold pre.
Yeah, maybe too many people behind though. No, on that flop, it wouldn't be hard to fold Jack 10 of hearts. Yeah. Not exactly what you're looking for. Alex Ponakovs is wondering, how am I going to get paid here?
I mean, how many times David P is going to get pocket 8, see a flop, and just lose chips?
Yeah, that has happened a couple times, hasn't it? The next pocket 8s will make a set, though. That's guaranteed. You gotta let it go, David Peters, because you know he's gonna bet again.
He's gonna call one. Yeah, he's gonna call one. Bye-bye. And he's gonna bet. He's gonna fold. What's the next hand, Roddy? This hand's over, in my opinion.
The next hand is going to be our very first break of the evening, unless they wrap it up in like 10 seconds, but I'm pretty damn sure.
Oh.
And after this hand, that's going to do it for our first hour, which means we have not lost a single player in the first hour of poker at week 47 of the High Roller Super Millions. And I kind of like that, Nana. Different vibes tonight.
Yeah, it's but things don't get too crazy post flop until a couple people are bust. At this point, like it's quite tight all around. But yeah. But Roddy, at this break, I'm thinking I need a coffee. I'm gonna make one. I might be a minute or two late, so you're gonna have to hold down the fort.
I'm gonna make a coffee too, mate. So maybe there will be no one, but we'll figure it out. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Obviously, if you're watching over Twitch or Facebook, head over to ggpoker.tv or just go to YouTube and type in GGPoker, and that's where you can watch the rest of the show. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back in 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Hype.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Negreanu here with some good news from the GG Poker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, you know, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? It's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, you know, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elke was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second hour of week 47 of the High Rollers Super Millions, the weekly 10K that happens over at GGPoker. Nanonoko is indeed still making his coffee, and I can already give you guys the heads up that in 20 minutes we have another free roll. The password for that one is a lightsaber. So I said it now. I'll probably try to remember it one more time in 10 minutes or so to give you guys another heads up. But the password is lightsaber. We're giving away $8 $25 tickets to one of the WSOPC events. So good luck if you're participating. We've got Guillaume Nolet opening things up here with pocket nines. And Dario Sammartino has ace queen on the button. Earlier, he just flatted and actually lost some chips to king jack. That was also against Guillaume Nolet. And this time he flats again. Let's see if he can flop a little better this time. Yuri might actually tag along. There's one big blind with king 3 of diamonds. Or, excuse me, clubs. And allergy season is getting the best of me. And Guillaume Nolet flops the set. Lovely. Not the best flop for Dario Sammartino, but he does have a gut shot. If Guillaume Nolet bets small, maybe Dario Sammartino will see a turn. He actually checks his set. If I'm Dario Sammartino, I'll gladly just check this one back. Obviously, it's not the best gut shot, because if the jack of hearts rolls off, then you're like, we do have the straight, but it's not the nut straight, and there are 3 hearts on the board. I think at this point, it is time for Guillaume Nolet to try to make this spot a little bigger. I'm feeling 270, 280. Wouldn't hate it. Between 3 and 4 big blinds, what's it gonna be, Mr. Nolet? All 9 players still here after an hour. This is not something that happens very often for us. He actually goes even bigger than that. He goes for 370,000. I think Dario Sammartino will let this one go. Obviously, a great first hour for Limitless. He came in with 1.4 million chips. I can double check that, but I'm pretty sure it was 1.4 million. Oh, 1.1 even. Yeah, he had a marvelous first hour. Obviously, got a little lucky with the king 10 against the jacks, but it is what it is. We all need to get a little lucky to ship tournaments. It's actually kind of funny that Judd Trump decides to just raise from his stack. He's playing 11 big blinds. This looks really strong. And Ami even lets go of ace-9 on the big blind. Because that feels like, well, let's say ace-queen plus. Aces, kings, queens. Why the hell is he opening and not just jamming? Didn't make a difference, but a short stack will stick around a little bit longer. As it's still Lucas Reeves and Judd Trump at the bottom. Alex Ponakovs lets go of his big blind. And Guillaume Nolet just kind of extends his lead over the rest of the table. Limitless may feel adventurous, and he does. The queen 9s and queen 8s are popular tonight. I'd be surprised if Alex Ponakovs lets go of his queen jack suited, though. That's a hand that I think is just a little too pretty to fold. And since Guillaume Nolet is very rich and his hand is suited, he may even go for the 9-3 defend. Nanonoko would say, somewhat connected. Don't know if we can really find a lot of connections there, but I'm kidding, Nano. Wow, Alex lets go of queen jack suited. Worried about the under the gun +1 raise. 9-3, however, makes the call and flop strip threes. Nanonoko was onto something, guys. These connected hands, they flop well. Not a great flop for Limitless. This could obviously spell disaster. Maybe not. It goes check, check. We pick up a gut shot for Limitless. He may still think that a queen is good too. We know it's no bueno. And Nanonoko has returned right before the second break. You know that fires big, and Limitless will just let it go. Oh, funny hand. Welcome back, Nanonoko.
What's up?
Right before the second break. We've got a few more hands. No, I'm kidding. Did you see that final hand we just had?
Nah, I just missed it, but
All right.
I heard you say Limitless.
Yep, Limitless opened queen 8 of diamonds under the gun +1, and Alex Ponakovs actually folded queen jack of clubs in the small blind, But Guillaume Nolet went for the connected defense of 9-3 of diamonds and actually flopped 3 diamonds. Or trip threes, excuse me.
Look at this. It's a big play. Nice.
Man, Guillaume Nolet is owning so far. I feel like he's won pretty much every single hand we've had. He also opened nines before and he flopped a set against Dario Sammartino, who defended the button with ace queen, did not 3-bet. And maybe that's a good thing because he would have been out.
I think we're battling here.
Ace queen versus pocket fives. We know Limitless doesn't like to fold. Judd Trump. He opened, by the way, ace 10 earlier and he got it through. There goes the ace queen and fives with the snap call. We are flipping. Can Limitless win another one? Or will ace queen connect? So far, fives are good. Fives are still good, but a lot of extra outs, or at least a couple. Kings are good too. Ace, king, queen. Could be an ace. Deuce, ace, deuce, 3. It's a 3. Fives hold, and we lose our first player after 1 hour and 6 minutes of poker.
Well, like during the break, you get to think about things. You're like, oh, wow, maybe I can run this up. Feeling good. A couple hands later, yeah, that was a stupid dream. Yeah, so he's our first player out. Kind of sucks for him because he was expected to go out first, but he gave him some hope, and they were like, yeah, 40-1 dead.
I still enjoyed my $13 bet.
It's just because I said, how come we didn't put any money on the Chinese guy at the bottom, and boom.
Well, Nanonoko and making Roddy lose money. Name a more iconic duo, because I can't think of one, so... Guillaume Nolet is definitely feeling his threes after defending the big... Whoa, no, he lets it go. He just defended the big blind with 9-3 and he flopped trips. And now we're outright folding pocket threes. Are we jamming King 10 here? I would like to see him jam.
Yeah, he's going to jam this. But I don't really like the threes fold. I mean, like...
You're the chip leader, right?
You're the chip leader. People are really short, so they're going to try to outladder each other. You're going to get the big blind to fold so much more often. I don't know. Just some... a little bit passive.
I'm with you. Mate, Guillaume Nolet is trying to achieve the golden wall over here.
Well, he could have if he opened pocket threes.
I know. He's been winning like 6 out of the last 8 hands or something ridiculous. Malinowski opening king 7 of spades. Not quite the Ben CB powerhouse, but it's close. Ami, however, has ace-jack offsuit on the big blind. Just makes the call. Ooh, action flop, Nanonoko. Top pair for Ami, but Limitless has the king high flush draw.
Yeah, this is a bad person to be up against when you've got the ace jack, because like if he makes a flush, like he's probably still gonna pay him off. Like Limitless has got a bad image. Ooh.
So far, ace jack is good. The 9 of diamonds doesn't change anything. I think if I'm Limitless, I think I'll just check this back, even though then it becomes harder, I guess, to get paid off.
He's not going to check this back. He's going to bet again, I think, because he expects like a queen. And well, okay, never mind. Never mind, Roddy. You know what? I'll leave the commentary to you.
It's okay, Nanonoko. I know you're a little new to poker. That's why they put me with you. Just haven't played that many hands yet. You'll get there. Limitless will know that he needs to bluff if he wants to take this one down. Instead, he's going to check it back. Had a bad feeling about it, and he was right. Ami, his ace-jack would have probably called almost anything on the river. Oh, well, he got to see all 5 cards. And that is the number one thing that you have absolutely taught me, Nanonoko. Whenever I lose a pot, as long as I get to see all 5 cards, I don't feel too bad about losing.
Yeah, you shouldn't. It's a great little tip. Pocket 10s, I think they're going to just call here. That's what I'm saying. We need to lose some more players so people just start going at it a bit more. But right now, it's like, let's just be a little passive here and there.
This could be a big one, though, right? Obviously, check 9 flopping mid pair and the gut shot. Alex Ponakovs flopping top set.
I don't know if big's the right word, but definitely some action going in.
It's going to be big, Nanonoko. With a capital B.
These guys are always scared that they flop the straight or something and they're just calling, and I don't know.
Mate, this is gonna be over 1 million chippies. I'm feeling it.
Like, maybe if a 9 rolls off.
An 8 rolls off, a jack rolls off.
Okay, not a jack, but you know.
Come
eight.
on. You think Alex Ponikov has an 8? Everybody's folding 8s tonight.
A little check raise.
We're not folding here with Jack 9. We've got mid pair. We've got a gut shot. Why the hell would we fold?
I think he's got enough outs to continue.
Yeah.
For sure. For this sizing too. But well,
And
you
of
never
course,
know.
it's a rainbow board. There's the 6. And there's our 1.1 million chip pot. Look at that, Nananaka.
I didn't realize how easy it was to get the million chip pot. Because I'm like, all it takes is a little tiny check raise. Okay, there we go.
One more time, guys. In 10 minutes, the final free roll of the night is starting. The biggest one, 8 $25 tickets are up for grabs. Password is a lightsaber. Good luck. Have fun.
Interesting bet. I find this quite interesting because I think it's very easy for Guillaume to have an 8. So doesn't sometimes he ends up bet folding a hand that
Why is
has
it easy
a
for
lot of-
Guillaume to have an 8?
Oh, 8-9, pocket 8, 7-8. It's very easy for him to have 8. And he might just rip it in and just, you know, like
Well, if he rips it in, mate, I'm snap calling with my tough set. If you open up with an 8 under the gun, all glory to you. You have it.
I mean, it's not like a 5. Wow, he actually got called by just Jack 9. I'm quite surprised.
That's 2 million chips, by the way, Nananoko.
It's a pretty big pot. I'm surprised on, especially this is like the worst the turn card you expect to where it just kind of calms down, right? Like, yeah. So he's just going to block bet of 2 tens now or something. Funny.
I think we just jam, honestly, because I don't think that he has an 8. I'm not too worried. Okay, that is a block bet. And now you got a call, right? Because you want to see what he has. Or do you raise and try to get him off whatever he may be representing? But I think Alex has way more 8s than Guillaume Nolet has.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying it's very possible for both guys. I don't think he's going to jam. I could be wrong, but it'd be a disaster if his opponent does have an 8. He just toss away 2 million chips, right?
If he does jam, though, he's still going to get called, like always.
I don't know if always is the right word.
Oh, come on.
But I just don't. I don't want to play a scenario that's not going to happen, Roddy. Like, there's no point discussing that.
He is taking his time.
He's thinking about what he's up against. He's wondering would an 8 bet the 500k and bet 281 block betting style now. He's wondering what. Wow,
Nice.
I can't believe he got max value. He really just put his opponent on a Jack X. That's actually kind of a bad call the more I think about it, because if he's holding a Jack, so he's blocking all the hands he wants to beat. Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack X, like.
The bet is so small, though. I think he just wants to see what he was going.
Yeah, he just wants. That's what I was gonna say. You said that, right? Like maybe he just wants to see, but in theory, like doesn't seem right.
Well, Lucas Reeves is our shortest stack at the table. He's got ace-10 offsuit. It's not the dream, but with less than 10 big blinds, I think we just gotta send it. And we've got 8s. Pocket 8s will get folded. Pocket 9s, however, that's the tipping point, isn't it, Nananaka?
Oh, 9s is definitely going. I'm just curious. Wow, that's a big fold for the 8s by Yuri, in my opinion. But I wonder if Yuri went with his hand, would Ponakovs also call 9s? I think he would, but I'm not 100% sure. Whoa.
I mean, if Lucas didn't, and then Yuri would have, then Alex would have definitely been in, right?
But I'm wondering,
Here's
would he
our
go
flop.
3 ways is my question. That's what I'm wondering. I don't know.
It's not a great flop for Lucas Reeves, but he obviously has no choice other than to send it. And basically, his entire stack is already in the middle. We do have the back doors. Queen Jack, 3-5. But what we are really looking for is an ace or a 10. He checks, which I
Interesting.
think is kind of funny.
I wonder if it's, like, I guess he's just gonna fold, Roddy.
No, really?
Well, how's he ahead? That's what I'm thinking, right? Like he's jammed.
not.
I'm just saying, like in theory, okay, so he's jamming 10 big blinds pre-flop. right? Because that's his effective. He puts half his stack in. For Alex to call in the button, he's not ever up against like a queen jack, is what I'm saying. Because maybe the big blind would call up queen jack. But like here, I think he should fold
Well, he
somehow.
does fold. But why did we raise to 400k then?
I don't think he expected someone to call half a stack. like he would have folded if the big blind put him in, because it's very different. But it's not like Ponakovs is calling there jack 10 suited like a flush draw. He just can't have it unless he's got the ace x bigger. Yeah, no, it's actually quite an interesting hand because usually you don't really see these things happen.
No.
But yeah.
I mean, like, I know that I'm not ahead on that board, but I think I'm still going for it. Like, I feel like I'm just committed.
Well, against a pocket pair, you wouldn't be getting the right price, even with those with that stack size. I think it's all around interesting hand. I definitely think we'll see it more. Ace.
No go?
Nah.
No? You know you're ahead. You might not be crushing, but you're ahead. Are we playing for the W or not?
He's Dario. Your money is dead, Roddy. I told you a long time ago.
If he just gets aces made and he doubles up, nothing is dead.
I mean, he might Ferrari man his way to the top, but like he's not going to take it with raw skill at this point.
Limitless probably going to open up the king 8 of hearts here. A bunch of garbage on the other 3. This actually sucks for Lucas Reeves, right? Because that's his big blind, and he would have probably gone with anything remotely decent. But now he's even forced to fold his big blind, as David Peters has aces. But he's also going to get no action.
I bet you Yuri's thinking like, God damn, Lucas Reeves, what the hell, man? Now I've got to fold my big blind, even though I would defend this. No chances defending this.
$20,000 difference between top 8 and top 7.
Yeah, it's 2 buy-ins. It's not nothing when you've only got 800k. I think this just has to be a fold. Especially the guy's got 3 big blinds. Like,
yeah, but if he's gonna wait the entire orbit, then we gotta fold 7, 8 more hands. Maybe we'll just see a little flop with 10-7 of clubs.
And what, you hope you flop a gut shot and then you still fold?
You flop the coconuts, mate. 6, 8, 9. Let's go.
I mean, it's possible. It's also gonna come ace, king, queen.
Yep. Or some good old king, king 4. Those are lovely flops. You're like, oh, 10-7 flops pretty good. Now actually Yuri gets ace king. Lucas is gonna get it in though this hand.
Yeah. He's done.
Thanks,
my pick is gone, Roddy. And your extra bet is gone. We're both dead.
This is the last time we do the live final table betting segment with Roddy listening to Nanonoko. I should have known better.
Look, you put up your money on half the table. Someone's got to go out eventually.
Yeah, well, you could have just told me to put it on Guillaume Nolet because he's a crusher and he won the 25k and he's won the high roller super millions before. But no, it had to be on Lucas Reeves, the guy who's made 2 final tables, won it twice. And according to Nanonoko, it would be perfectly reasonable to win it 3 out of 3 times. Here
and
we go.
King Jack. Oh, King Jack.
He flops it. Oh, no, the ace. The ace from space.
Overplay.
That is going to do it. There is no final jack. I mean, obviously there was still 2 outs, but that'd be a little too ridiculous. Lucas Reeves is out in 8th place. No, man. I should have just jammed ace-10. I should have just still gone for it, even when that flop was ugly. He had backdoors, Nanonoko. The queen jack, the 3-5. There's a chance the ace is good. Even the 10 was good.
He didn't have a backdoor heart, though, right? He just had a backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, up and down, though, on both sides of the board.
Don't you always have a backdoor straight draw? It seems like almost like 95% of the time you've got a backdoor straight draw.
But he had 2 overs, too. Oh. I don't like it. I don't like it, but that's going to be it for Lucas Reeves. He will not be able to do what Michael Adamo did a long time ago, and that is win 3 out of the first 3 times. He's made it to the final table, and look at Alex Ponakovs, the ace-4.
The ace-5, ace-4 offsuits in the big blinds, just like mandatory 3-bet these days.
Sick. He's our nil chip leader. He actually has a pretty big lead over the rest of the table at this point. Dario Sammartino is gonna play a hand, and I like to see that.
He's got a hand you like, right? Pocket aces, pocket kings, pocket queens. These are his types of hands.
I like the way that he's playing the final tables, Nanonoko. It's like he keeps it easy. People make poker seem so complicated. Then you watch Dario Sammartino. It ain't all that hard, guys. You get aces, you win a couple chips. You get queens, you open things up. Guillaume Nolet's going to defend. He's going to flop top pair with a jack. You're going to milk him all the way to the river. It's an easy game. Actually, Guillaume Nolet has been 3-betting Dario Sammartino quite a bit throughout the evening. Oh my goodness, well. If you even think about folding this, Dario Sammartino,
he's
no,
not folding this.
You are not allowed. All right, there's the call. We need to avoid the kings. And Dario Sammartino win a massive pot. The flop is great. The turn is all right. I mean, a couple extra outs, but not the worst pain to see. And the river is perfect. Dario Sammartino wins 3.5 million chips after Guillaume Nolet gets a little bit out of line. Should have listened to Tony G, mate.
I'm telling you, it's the King Jack day. Like, everyone has gotten King Jack. Lucas Reeves busts with King Jack. Like, everyone gets King Jack.
Well, it's time for Yuri to go. I know 10s are great. I would just open. Oh, he raises.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, you say that, but then like Limitless defense, and then the flop comes, and it's like ace, king, queen, and you're like, oh, I've got a gut shot. Hey, ace, queen, the following hand. Guillaume Nolet has 6s. Is he steaming, Nanonoko? Is this going to be the tilt rejam with 6s?
I think he's going to fold. I think he's wondering why he's no longer the chip leader, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going down with these types of hands. I'm out.
I'm feeling a tilt, mate. I'm feeling a tilt rejam.
No, okay. Just not happening. Yeah. Like Guillaume he was the boss. He was winning every single hand. Then he loses that pot, and all of a sudden he's like, I'm afraid. Well,
Dario Sammartino is going to play a hand, huh?
He plays aces, queens, and kings.
I think I found my dad's favorite player. And it's Guillaume Nolet who's opening again. Those two have been battling all night long. It's actually pretty sick. Dario Sammartino, once upon a time down to 800,000 chips, had a pretty disastrous start to this final table. Things are definitely looking up at this point. I would, like, you obviously want to get paid, but I also think it's kind of funny to just jam on him. Because, like, hey, you just jammed on me. Guillaume is going to have to let this one go.
Yeah, like, as much as you wouldn't play these ace-5 suiteds aggressively, like, he doesn't really strike me as someone who's gonna make this play. Plus, you block the ace-5 and ace-4s that are trying to 3-bet you from the big blind. That's not good.
And has Dario Sammartino 3-bet one time tonight where he didn't have it? No, not once. And obviously the players are watching the stream too. They want to know what the players had in some certain hands and certain spots. So Dario will let this one, or Guillaume will let this one go. Dario's going to take it down. Well, spicy start to our second hour here, Nanonoko.
Yeah, it's much better. Yeah, the first one was a little too slow for me, but this one I'm loving.
Jam. Come on, Dario.
Let's go. Hand plays terribly.
Love it. Yuri has to let it go. Look at Dario Sammartino closing in on 4 million chippies. Terrible bet, eh, Nanonoko? No. You made me bet $50 extra on the guy who won 2 out of 2 final tables. Oh, my goodness. It's the worst bet I've ever made. And I have bet on second division Brazilian football many times in my life, but this was worse.
Do you think this 3.9 million chips is deserved, Roddy? Like, and he's got pocket fours, and is he even going to see a flop?
Yes. He's going to flop a set, mate. Why would you ever fold a set pre-flop? Have you ever seen somebody fold a set pre-flop?
Been waiting for this speech all day today. You had an opportunity. Now he's got pocket fours.
I think we should slow play our set and just call here.
All right. We get an opportunity. Well flopped.
He's flopped one out. I mean, you laugh, but the four of spades. Oh, mate, I have a story for you. You're gonna love this story.
What is it? Go
Well,
ahead.
well, watch.
I don't think much is gonna happen here. It's just gonna
All right.
check.
So this Sunday, you know, there's always at 7 p.m. There's the 315 Bounty King. It's a pretty big tourney, big field. Obviously, a fun tournament for me. Not a hyper, not a turbo. I'm like, you know what? Gonna play the 315 Bounty King. Literally, the second hand, I get pocket fours, and there is a guy on the. I'm on the button, and the big blind is actually very short, and they fold it to me. I raise pocket fours, second hand of the tourney, and the small blind who just bought into just jams 40 big blinds, and then the big blind who's short with like 9 big blinds, he calls, and I'm like, oh, I was like, I really don't want to fold. I really don't want to fold. But I was like, ah, come on, I don't always play the 315 Bounty King. I was like, just be a reasonable poker player once. Don't call 40 big blinds with pocket fours. I was like, I know he's got shit though. I was like, all right, I'll behave. I fold, and the guy who jammed had like 7-8 with the 40 big blind guy. The other guy had queen jack, and the flop comes like queen 5. The turn is a 7. I'm like, okay. And then slow field river, 4 of spades, and I'm like, no! I grabbed my laptop and I'm like, and I just knew at that point I should like close the client and just not play anymore. I should just like let myself blind out, because then obviously I'm tilted. I bust 3 hands later, calling 20 big blinds with king queen just because I'm mad. And then I start playing PLO and I'm terrible. You know how it goes, right? I was like, oh, I was so pissed, mate.
It's funny because you're giving yourself a speech too, right? And you're
Yeah.
like, "All right, great play. Yep. I would have lost to the queen jack, and then it hits. It just feels even worse. You shouldn't have even looked at the run out. You should have just left."
Yeah, I know. No, I was tilted. And at that point, I know I was like, don't sign up anymore. But obviously, I'm signing up for the 105, the 126. I'm opening 2 tables of Omaha. I'm like, here we go. Yeah. Safe to say, that wasn't the best day of the week.
Well, that's a good story. I like it.
This is a fun flop, by the way. We've got the open ender for Guillaume Nolet. Meanwhile, Limitless has the king high flush draw.
Yeah, Limitless keeps getting spades, king eye flush draws. Can't hit yet though. Probably not gonna hit this one either. Well, maybe. We'll find a way.
A 9 of spades would be a very spicy river
Would
cut.
be over. Tournament be over for our man. Missed again.
I said it's a 6 of diamonds, which actually is kind of fun, right? Because neither of them really has a whole lot here. And I have the feeling that if Guillaume checks, I think Limitless will take a stab at it.
Yeah, but I think Guillaume should bet. He's just got king high. He doesn't beat anything from early position. Gotta fold out those ace queens, ace kings. Think he should bet. I don't know. Something. Anything. 250K. I don't know.
Yeah.
720. That's big.
That is very big. And if Limitless had any plans on trying to steal this one away, it's like, no. Once they start betting half of their stack, most of the time they won't go anywhere. Kotel Nikov was not totally aware of that, but
That's like that would be the most ridiculous hands though. I can just remember.
I mean, I even saw, I think it was Patrick Leonard actually back then who didn't follow yet. He tweeted, he's like, this has to be the most outrageous hand I've ever seen at the final table with 10K. He's actually great to follow. Like, I know the other week you told me, like, hey, do you know who he is? I was like, yeah, of course. He's like sitting there, like listening to Gandalf for 10 hours in a row, like, pop, pop, like the trumpet mix. And he's just like grinding all the Siri festivals on 7 different clients. Love it.
Yeah, I follow him and I saw it on his Instagram. I'm like, what the hell is this Gandalf shit? But he's posting it like every single day, so I'm like looking it up and like, oh, it's kind of catchy.
Yeah, it's impossible not to nod your head once you start listening to it. I had one little streamer. I think I got it for 2.5 hours, and then people started flaming me in Twitch. They're like, I'm liking the streamer. Can you please turn it off? It's been the same 9 seconds for the last 2.5 hours. I'm like, it's Gandalf. He makes me run good. I'm like that.
Yeah, I didn't know. I never heard of that meme before, but yeah, it's some dude on the saxophone. Playing. What's that? Big Eurovision? Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm. European Song Festival.
And I watched a video. I remember I got super trolled because I was like, wow, it's the same clip. And it took me like a minute to realize it was the same clip.
Oh, you're the best, Nano.
So this one went bet on a flop, bet on a turn. Pretty sick with 10-6.
Yes. What the
And
hell?
this is a hell of a call if he can find with ace-7. Like, this is a brutal board. Is he really thinking? He calls with ace-7, Roddy. Look
Okay,
at the
that's
board.
actually insane, Nanonoko. I expected a lot of things, but when I saw these hands, I did not expect to see fireworks on the turn. What a call by Limitless. That's ridiculous.
That's an insane call on that run out. It was a big bet, too. It's not over. Well, obviously, Limit's not folding, but
Yeah.
can Ponakovs... I feel like he's got to fire this river. The ace is like the best card. His opponent could have like a jack-10, a queen-jack. You got a diamond blocker. Like, I think he's going to lose like 1.5 million chips or something. Like, it seems like a mandatory bet.
Are we betting 1.2 maybe?
I don't think you need to bet too big, but yeah, like half the pot.
Well, that's 1.3.
Yeah.
He's gonna bet 1.5. That's pretty much all in for Limitless. I mean, when we river the ace and we make such a sick puppy call. I mean, yeah.
He's gonna find a call. Like, obviously you don't like it that all these chips are going in there, but like he'll find the call, Roddy. There we
Makes
go.
the call. We've got a new chip leader. What an insane call on the turn by Wiktor Malinowski. Mate, whenever he makes it to the final table, he does give us a show, doesn't he?
Yeah, he plays like if he thinks he's got the best hand, he's going with it. Like, it doesn't matter what the run out is, and that was an insane read. Obviously the river was easy, but the turn was a sick call, and obviously I do got to hand it off. That was a nice bluff. I think it was a good bluff. Yeah, I think he's kind of surprised he got called by the ace-7 on the turn.
Yeah. No, that's awesome. I love it. Guillaume Nolet's gonna open up here with ace queen on the button. What a this is the new emote, by the way. Yeah, you haven't seen that yet.
No,
They have
I have
updated
not.
the client last week. I'm sure you noticed that when we're all in, we've got like the little green and red bubble now, right? With all the outs being displayed. Because sometimes actually it didn't display all the outs. And they've added one new emote and everyone is loving it. Phew. It's really good too when you're playing like a cash game or a tournament and you bet massive on the river and they're deep in the tank and they fold. And you're like, phew. It's great, mate. It's actually like I have not seen a single person who doesn't love the new emote yet.
Yeah, that's such like a live poker thing, right? Like you bet and they phone like, phew, like I got away with that one.
Yeah. I mean, you say like the river call is easy, and obviously we did improve and we have 2-pair. And I guess if you call on the turn there, you kind of have to call, but it's still not easy because it's pretty much all your chips. And if he does have 9-10, you know, you are bamboozled. Insane, man. Limitless.
Yeah.
He does not disappoint unless there is Ferrari man in the heads up. Then close your eyes, guys, and run away. But
Well, the good news for Malinowski is the one guy who didn't have a name, Judd Trump, is out. So, like, I think that was his biggest nightmare, right? Like, he's going to lose to the random guy heads up. So that's over. Now he's looked like your original bet that you put $50 on is looking real hot.
and
Looking
on
good.
top of that, yeah, it was actually the first bet I placed immediately. I also picked him to win today, Nananoka.
Yeah, I should have went first. I should have picked first. I would have picked them, and then you would be berating me, and that's what should have happened.
Look at Alex Ponakovs. He flops the world top pair in the not flush draw, checks it back, and actually turns the absolute, well, almost the absolute nuts. People get triggered. They're like, actually 3-5 of diamonds is the nuts. And I'm like, nobody cares. Stop it.
Yeah. So that's why you don't play 10-6 offsuit, by the way. And it's funny because like that hand seemed like it was not too much was going to happen, and we're all talking about the freaking saxophone, dude. You know, like, and it was like the biggest pop possible somehow.
And the coolest spot as well. What an insane call on the turn.
Yeah, for sure.
I
So
don't know.
Ponakovs check back this nut flush on the turn. Was he gonna go funny? Like,
I don't know. Is that funny to you, Nanonoko?
nah,
Is this bet here to entertain you, to amuse you like a clown? Like, well, what do you make of that bet, mate?
you know, it's funny. Like, I saw that them tweet about Elky emoji final table. Can you? What is this? What is this? I saw the video. It's like the most ridiculous gif of him dancing around.
I've got bad news. You need to make it to a final table to see Elky dance. And I've done a lot of things last week, but I haven't final table jack shit, mate. So I can't tell you too much about it. I don't know when it appears, but I assume it's only when the field is a bit bigger, because that's when GGPoker... Wow, what a flop, by the way, for Dario Sammartino, but it doesn't matter because Yuri has 6 high. I think what it happens, like, obviously there's 2 kinds of tournaments. There's the really small ones where you just, when you make final table, you just hop into the final table immediately and it keeps playing. But when the field is bigger at a certain point, that's when they do the same thing as they do with the high roller super millions. The graphics change and they roll back the blinds. And I think when you make a final table now, Elky is there to make a little dance for you. But guys can't confirm or deny because haven't final tabled anything.
Whose idea was it? Like, man, that's gonna tilt some people. It's gonna be funny though. Like, I can just imagine.
Why? You make final table, you see Elky dance. How's it gonna tilt you? What is that to be tilted about?
I saw the GIF or whatever that tweeted. Like, that's a long dance. It's not like a 2-second dance. It's like a minute long or something.
But that's because whenever you do make one of the final tables where they roll back the blinds, there is always an additional 5-minute pause as well. So Elky can dance for minutes and you won't be tilted. Like, the only way I can ever see anyone being tilted there is, like, let's say there are 10 left and you're playing a massive 3-way pot and you have like 0.5 big blinds left, and then the other guy does boss and you're like, final table, here's Elky. But meanwhile, you're steaming because you should have been chip leader instead. You're going to go out next. But other than that, why would you ever tilt?
Yeah, it's just one of the funniest things I've seen. I was looking at it, it's like, what is this? This is not real. But
well, Daniel dancing is still a thing, and that happens quite often when people have like massive pots. And that does tilt people. It's actually pretty sick.
I think I saw Limitless playing a cash game out, like a nosebleed cash game, and they're like, Daniel's giving him some what are those things? The GG care chips or whatever.
No, those are not gonna help at the stakes that Limitless is playing, I'll tell you that much. Queen Jack of Spades. Let's see. Guillaume Nolet. Feels a long time ago that he was a dominant chip leader. It felt like he was running away with it. All because of that King Jack against Dario Sammartino, when our Italian had the queens. Could be a moment for Alex Ponakovs to win a couple of the chips back that he lost against Limitless earlier.
I mean, Ponakovs, he's kind of one of the more active players, I feel.
Yeah. I feel like Ami has been very quiet tonight.
Hasn't played a hand. He's like tighter than Dario somehow.
How did David Peters lose his chips again? What happened there?
Pocket eights over and over again, just losing 300K. It add up.
Yeah, they do add up.
But Ami and Yuri have pretty much not been at this final table. They've just been...
Well, for Yuri, that could promise a lot of good, to be fair, because the last time he did that, he won it. So
yeah, for sure.
Pocket threes, open folding again.
It's funny because, like, it's been... We actually haven't seen too many crazy post-flop, and then all of a sudden Limit was like, you haven't seen post-flop? Let me just give you the craziest post-flop hand, and we're like, back to where we were.
Ace 4 going for the limp. Limitless checks it back and flops top pair with the Queen 9 offsuit. Guillaume Nolet is hoping that ace high is still good. We know it's not. Limitless can always bet here because he's a chip leader, right? And like, you don't really want to believe chip leaders when they're betting at these kind of dry boards like Queen 6-6. And it's like, yeah. But it's so hard for someone like Guillaume to continue here with just ace high.
He's still going to continue, I imagine, because he's going to hit the ace. But no, he's usually got the best hand, for sure. When the chip leader's betting into you, it's even better of a call because they're more likely to stab. Let's
see what Limitless does when the ace of diamonds rolls off.
I imagine he would check. Betting doesn't really achieve anything.
Mm-hmm.
We'll love to see Guillaume bet here. He's more likely to get paid off by a queen and inducing a bluff. He can still represent like some missed spades.
Just for a little bet. I feel like he's really targeting a queen.
I don't think Limitless could fold this. Maybe a great read if he folds this, but like...
I mean, if you really go over it, it does feel a little bit like an ace high kind of hand.
It does. Yeah. But if my opponent has like a spades ever, then it's kind of be bad if you fold.
Great news for Guillaume Nolet though. Wins 1.1 million and he's back to 3.2. Still less than he started this final table with, but a very important one for him.
So what kind of prizes are we looking at right now? Let's see. 97K. That's pretty good.
Yep. I've got the full rundown for you if you care. Let me go ahead.
What does the winner get? I actually haven't looked at all. Is that?
I think it's
370.
No, a little bit less. 394.
I see. One of the classic prize pools.
394 for first, 312 for second, 247 for third, 196 for fourth. And Dario Sammartino is going to play hand.
Every time this guy plays a hand, he's got kings, aces, and queens. It's ridiculous, Roddy. Like, seriously.
Must be nice. Let's see what we make this. 680, 720.
Yeah.
You like that?
720 looks good. I think that's what he's going for. But maybe he does the small one, just try to like bait his opponent. Is that 840?
That is 840, so he actually goes for the bigger one. And this is also, sometimes Limitless does get a little nuts in these spots.
It's a reasonable spot too, Jam. Yeah. I don't think he should against Dario, because Dario hasn't shown any signs of playing too out of line, or out of line at all today. So, yeah, nice fold.
You know what I just noticed? I have the feeling that I should put my light a bit brighter.
All right.
Then my camera stops flickering.
Did you close the door at least?
I did close the door today, mate. I've been on point 2 out of 2, but we've got another break, so don't hold your breath. Limitless takes another one down. Ace 9 of clubs. Dario Sammartino is going to play another hand.
He's moving down. He's got the jacks covered now.
He's like, this is right on the edge, though, guys. I am considering a fold, but
I think he's gonna flat.
No,
I think he's gonna flat, Roddy. Yeah, for sure. Like the way he plays, I'm not surprised because he's like, oh, big stack, guys with 10 big blinds, less than 10 big blinds.
I can sort of understand it, but I don't know. In my mind, when I have pocket jacks, I've got the nuts, mate. If somebody else has better nuts,
I feel you. Like me and you is just kind of like, let's just go for it. If we bust, we're having a bust. Maybe it's the bad way to play, but I'm on the same page as you for sure.
Yeah. Like I'll gladly 3-bet, and if he jams on me, I'll gladly call. It is what it is. Very icy, I'm aware. Maybe not really, but who gives a damn?
We're icy, we're unaware. But like you see the jacks, even the jacks, like on this flop, I'm betting when it checks to me, right? Like what? I'm just gonna give my opponent a free card. Am I really expecting to get check raised? Like,
yeah, he just checked back there, right, on the flop.
And he's gonna check this turn too, I think. Well, he somehow has found a situation where he can get some value, strangely.
A7 is the hand that Malinowski got a lot of chips with earlier against Alex Ponakovs. But, I mean, Limitless has been watching the stream, obviously. He's been keeping a close eye on the hands that Dario Sammartino has been playing. And to say that Dario Sammartino has been playing a whole lot of weak offsuit hands would be very incorrect. So I don't even know if he's really going to pay off here. I like the sizing, 420.
I hope he doesn't pay off here. Like, it's
obviously a bit weird, right? Because like it goes check, 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 and now the
Yeah.
7 that you hit, all of a sudden you bet, but
That's what he's thinking from a theory point of view. Probably makes sense to call here because it doesn't really make sense for his opponent to have him beat.
Yeah.
And once he sees his hands, he's kind of like, God damn, I knew it. Like, you've
Yeah.
been doing this all tournament. Like, even, I think in the hand history before, like, he called him ace-8 high, he had 2 jacks on a similar board, which 9, whatever. and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
jack
yeah.
flop, so.
Yep, the ace-8. You are correct. Well, Dario Sammartino wins another one. People often complain about not running too hot at final tables or just being card dead. Dario Sammartino has been a lot of things tonight. He has not been card dead, guys. I think we can say that.
He's
I
got,
feel like
like, paid off every single time.
I feel like he's got more premiums than the rest of the table combined, which I know is a bold statement, but it's pretty close.
The only guy who's gotten premiums is out of the tournament, Judd Trump, right? That guy kept on getting premiums, but he got 0 action on every single one.
Well, speaking of premiums, Limitless picks up queens. There are Sammartino, ace-10.
So you change the man now? Like he wants to go for it? He wants to 3-bet this one? No. He was hovering over it, and he's like, nah, back to full. Just in case.
Maybe if it was suited. Maybe. But this time, excellent decision. Limitless probably, I feel like these are the hands that kind of tilt you. When you're the most active player at the table and you raise all sorts of, I don't want to say garbage, but medium hands. Hey, this could be bad news for Yuri. Yuri is very short. He's down to 8 big blinds. He's got pocket 6s. I feel like these are the kind of hands that you want to get it in with. You don't love it. You close your eyes. You hope everybody folds. But Ami is not folding pocket 10s.
Is there a goodbye emoji? Because that should be played
there
right
is. There is. One of the 10s is out. I believe both 6s are still alive. Yuri. Oh my goodness. Yuri is a survivor. I mean, 10s or 7s are good now, but one of the 10s is dead. Can we find a 10 or a 7? We cannot. Mate, Yuri should like participate in one of these shows, you know, where they survive on an island and they vote each other off. Because Yuri would win each and every single edition. I don't know how he does it. As Dario Sammartino is going to play another hand.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Mate, how many good hands has Dario Sammartino had in these 2 hours of poker? This is mental.
And we're downgrading him. Like, he's literally played aces, kings, queens, and jacks.
Yeah. And I mean, he's got 4.5 million chippies. It's not bad.
Yeah.
You know, it's really funny, and I kid you not, that like, if my dad would be watching this, but I think he didn't understand how to. Oh no, Alex Ponakovs. I wonder what happened. This is actually an interesting hand. I'll save the story. Stupid story. Let's focus on this one. What do you do here with ace queen offsuit, Nanonoko?
Yeah,
Wow.
I think he tosses it. Just because, say he makes it like $1 million and Dario actually wakes up. That's annoying.
Yep.
Could be beat. Looks strong too.
I would really do nothing else but jam here. Like, I really hate calling.
I'd be shocked if you did anything else but jam, Roddy.
Yeah.
Like,
That
it's
would
not
actually be
premium
shocking.
enough for you? Like, 2
Come
jacks?
You know what? If Dario Sammartino in a world folds here, I'm going to tell Poker Shares that if he wins the final table, I don't even want it. Like, take it back, okay? Give it to charity. I don't deserve this money. However, I don't have to do that, guys, because Dario Sammartino does jam, just took his time, you know, made it seem like he had a decision. Well done. And the following hand, it's pretty weak. I don't know why GGPoker is doing Dario Sammartino dirty like this, Nanonoko. It's not even suited. Come on. How's the man supposed to win a tournament? Come on, GG. That's just mean.
Does Deep Haters raise jam here? 7 big blinds? Maybe. But
Ami is very short, too.
Yeah, Ami's short. King 10. Limitless is definitely raising pretty wide where King 10 is definitely a favorite against the range. But do you want to force an all in? That's the question.
I mean, as long as Dario Sammartino hasn't folded, I'd be worried that he could have aces. And he doesn't, but it's close. Like, this is actually a sick run of cards.
Oh, wow, he's out. Or, I assume.
Yeah. Well, Dario Sammartino wondering, do I call? Do I raise? It's a bit scary for him, obviously, right?
Jam.
Because Malinowski. Yeah.
You have to jam.
Yep. Limitless will let it go, and David Peters will receive the bad news that he needs to find tens, and he does
Oh.
find a 10, but a lot of outs for ace king. We need an ace jack or a queen. Can David Peters survive? He
Nice.
can. Wow. What did Limitless have again? Jack 7
Jack
of
7
clubs?
of clubs, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right, well done. Well done by David Peters. He's back to 1.7 million, and Dario Sammartino says, "That's it. I'm only playing the pairs from now on."
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, this guy has 6 million chip leader, like well-deserved ace, like aces, kings, queens, jacks.
Good news to David Peters. Who's gonna raise the following hand with King 9 of hearts? It's tricky for Yuri, right? Because Alex is kind of short, Ami is very short, but when you're closing the action, one big blind, you kind of want to see a flop with 10-9, don't you?
Yeah, you kind of do. I'm not really sure what's ideal, because it is kind of annoying. Ami is so short. I wouldn't have fault him if he just folded. Now you flop something like this a lot, right? Like,
Yeah.
you gotta continue, but like now you're bleeding potentially. You maybe have the best hand, and you're down to 1,000,000 chips. Ami Bear picks up some blinds. Now you get the same stack. Like,
Actually,
don't
probably
mind
the
folding.
most annoying thing you could flop, right? A gut shot bottom pair. It feels like it's you, but yeah, this is a really
Backdoor
annoying one.
stay.
Oh, hello there. Wow, that's so sick.
David Peters, let's go back to that small stack.
I mean, he still has some outs, but obviously not too many. Needs a king or a 9 on the river to win this one. Oh my god. Hello there. That's actually sick. Wow, Yuri could be in serious trouble here.
Yeah.
Mate, what is his hand?
It is sick. Does Yuri bet or check? I'm not sure what's best. It's tricky.
I'm disgusted by this run out, mate.
Well, that's what you get. You defend, you call.
Mate, he didn't do anything wrong. Why are you like, that's what you
Alright.
get, Yuri? Mate, poor Yuri. He just played the hand perfectly fine.
Okay, well, he's going to get jammed on, Roddy. Do you think
Yeah.
he calls 10 big blinds more?
I actually think he does, because I think he thinks that maybe David Peters has a 10-2 then, and he's trying to get him off a chop.
Well, on that note, I don't think so, because if David Peters had a 10, he shouldn't be checking this turn on this board, right? Because spades.
That's true.
So I
I mean,
think
it could just be trip 10s or kings, but obviously you wouldn't jam trip kings on the 4 straight board.
Yeah, so it'd be the craziest. It'd be a great fold.
Mm-hmm.
The funny thing is they're so shallow.
Man, that's so sick. Poor Yuri. I mean, he is a survivor, so I think he might be able to find a fold in there.
You know, right now Yuri's thinking like, please call me, please call me. You got ace king, you got some
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
like king 8 suited.
When they're deep in the tank, you're like, he's got trips. I've got him right where I want him. It's like, no, you actually really don't. That's sick, man. I don't know what to say about this hand. It's just sick.
Yeah, I think he's gonna fold because it's obviously his opponent could have all of the boats. You know, king jack, king queen, jacks, nines. These hands would check the turn for sure. A 10, I do think he would bet the turn a lot. So what does Roddy? Oh, what does Roddy beat? What does Yuri beat?
But he never beats anything. Mate. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, Roddy already called. He's already out of the tournament.
Roddy says, if you got it, you got it, mate. It's like, oh, you got it. Okay, make sure to hit me with the goodbye emoji on my way out.
Yeah, I think he should fold. It's so sick because of how short you are and how short. But like, I think he really should fold this.
It's gross. Like, if David Peters would have, let's say, king 10, he'd be very comfortable making this play.
And then again, what I also would think about is if, so let's say my opponent does have a 10, okay? Would he play a 10 this way? Because sure, maybe he doesn't bet the turn, but he also might just call a river bet because he loses to ace 10, he loses to
Yeah.
boats. So it really doesn't make any sense for a 10 to play this way either. So what bluffs? This is a question.
Yeah, but king 10 would be the perfect way to get someone off a chop, because then you're kind of like blocking a lot of
Yes.
potential full houses.
100%. You're right on that. Like, it's actually probably a good play to do king 10 because you block the full houses. Depends on what you think your opponent would do with a straight. If you think there's a chance he would fold, then 100%. If you think he's one of those guys that would never fold, well, then obviously you wouldn't go for it.
Sick, man. What is an unreal run out? What will Yuri do? Yuri is deep in the tank. He's got 10 more minutes to make his decision. And I can understand that he wants to take his sweet time for this. You look on the left side, you can see the pay jumps. If you go out here, you walk away with 97K. If you just survive a few more spots, it could easily be 150 or 190,000. Oh, makes the call.
Wow.
And Yuri will receive the disgusting news that David Pete has riveted a full house. And that's going to do it for our second hour of poker. What a crazy hand. We'll talk more about it after this break. Stay tuned, guys. We've got a couple of highlight videos prepared for you guys. And then we'll be back with hour number 3 of week 47 of the High Roller Super Millions played over at GGPoker.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Granu here with some good news from the GGPoker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, you know, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elke was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best.
And welcome back, everyone, to hour 3 of the High Roller Super Millions Week 47, the weekly 10K, where we are still left with 7 players, or should I say 6, because things look incredibly dire for Yuri, as he is down to less than 1 big blind after that crazy hand we just witnessed with the 10-9 and the King-9. What a hand to wrap up the second hour, Nano.
Yeah, pretty sick. I think he could have found a fold. Just sometimes when you're up against like a aggressive player, you're just like, oh man, but maybe he's left me. And then you call, you're like, God damn, I should have folded. But Dave, finally, he's won a big pot, David Peters, right? He's got 3.6 million. Looks like this is the end, though, for Yuri.
It's actually pretty sick, because he was down to like 800K not too long ago, and he got it all in with, what was it? King 10
King
versus
10.
Ace King?
Yeah. And he's going to get the pay jumps.
Oh, he's in the running for a whole lot more than the pay jumps. Speaking of King 10, that's going to be it for Yuri and his... Oh, okay.
Or not. He's back.
He's not back, mate.
He's
got
back.
2 big blinds.
Oh, he's not back. He's not back, Roddy.
Oh, we'll do him dirty like that. Limitless showing us that he had 4 deuce. Thanks, Limitless. We all appreciate that one. This could be a spicy one. Queen Jack suited under the gun is going to be the open for Limitless. David Peters picked up a lot of extra chips. He will let go of Ace Jack. Ami lets go of his Queen Jack. But Guillaume Nolet on the big blind has Ace King offsuit.
I think he just rips it in. I know it's 30 big blinds, but I don't know. Maybe 3 bets, not all in. But I'm just thinking like up against like 800K stack out there, 1.2. I can see him just jam it in, just try to like cut out the play with his opponent.
I don't hate it. Limitless probably does, but he's going to have to let go of his pretty hand. And Guillaume Nolet picks up a couple extra chips.
You know what? I feel like one day one of these regs just got to be like, you know what? F it. I'm going to screw these guys over. Just call them. Just be like, you know, I'm not feeling good today. I'm just going to... I know what you're doing, and I'm going to spike call you to try to eliminate you and ruin your dreams. Just call him Queen Jack suited there, 3 million.
This could actually be a battle of the shorties, right? King 9 offsuit and Ace Jack offsuit.
King 9's a little aggressive here. 8 big blinds. I think it's
I don't
a little marginal.
I mean, just hoping for folds, right? You've got 6% VPIP. You should get a lot of respect. But yeah, the stack is just a bit too small. Ace Jack gets it in good. Ace Jack no longer gets it in good. We need an ace. An ace and an ace only for Alex Ponakovs, or the tables are turned. The man who came in as the chip... No, not the chip leader. Came in second in chips tonight. Is now actually down to 4.5 big blinds as Ami survives and he chips up to 1.8 million. Brutal game. And now Alex Ponakovs gets Ace King.
These pay jumps are getting good too, right? Like slowly they're creeping up. Like, this is brutal. Will he get paid off?
I don't think so.
Nah. It's funny, huh? 4.3 big blind shove working. That's not too often.
No, but I think you actually want to get called here, right? When you have 4.3 bigs, you're like, well,
yeah.
No one is close to me, so you don't really want to get this one through. You just want to get called. David Peters is wondering, nope. 3 big blinds, Jack 4. It's simply not good enough. That actually sucks for Alex Ponakovs. He's so short. And Dario Sammartino picks up one of his average hands of the night. Maybe slightly above average, guys, but it's pretty close. Mate,
it's a pair too, you know? Like the pairs, he knows how to play these ones really well.
Actually insane. It's actually insane how many top tier pairs he's got.
It's not just that. It's also because he's only been playing the big pairs, right? Like if he's been playing like all the random hands out there too, like okay, sure, but like he's only been getting big pairs and only been playing them.
Doesn't really make a whole lot on this one, but it is what it is. Limitless could open up the 7s here. Wonder what Ami does with Ace 8. It's kind of an annoying hand to play when Alex Ponakovs is so short.
Yeah, I agree with you. 17 big blinds. Oh, it's nicely, to be honest, Roddy. Like, I've seen him make some tight folds pre, and yeah, I was gonna say I expected him to fold. not playing for the W, obviously. He's playing. He's at $100, so I guess what
Yeah.
100x, even more, right? 1000x. Jesus.
Yes. What a run. What a run.
It's funny. He's kind of reminding me of a satellite player, but he's not really like that type of guy. Like this guy would buy it for 10K too. But he's playing like a satellite player right now, Roddy.
Alex folds his big blind. Means he's left with 4, but can't really blame him there. Then for offsuit. Is that connected in your world, Nanonoko? Or
It's not
no?
connected, but the King Jack's making me chuckle. Like it's been all over the place today, and they've always been given action too.
What do you do with King 9? It's actually annoying. He folds King 9 because it really sucks calling off. And it feels that Ami's obviously kind of strong because Guillaume Nolet is still in there.
Mm-hmm. And you get an orbit of hands. You get like this spot much better, and surprisingly, it's gonna take it down. I think. I don't know. Doreen? No.
Suited, mate. It's suited.
Suited.
The Jack Deuce is suited. Here we go. So far, Ace 5 is good. Ace 5 still good. We need a Jack or a Deuce on the river for Limitless. Or Alex actually has, I don't want to say a stack again, but it's starting to look like a stack, Nanonoko. 960K, one more double. And he's got more chips than Ami.
Everyone else is like, God damn, that pay jump was mine. No pay jumps.
It's pretty funny. Guillaume should just take this one down. Not really expecting anything. I love how Limitless just snap called with the Jack Deuce. He's like,
Yeah. Blinds went up, I think, so like he was getting a better price. If it was the 100K big blind, he probably would have let it go. But I don't know. It doesn't
I
matter
actually think
that much.
if it's offsuit, he lets it go too.
Yeah, for sure. But what happened now is with these kind of double ups a little bit here and there, there's no clear chip leader. Actually, it's funny. Dario's the chip leader now, which is hilarious to me. Whoa. Double? Call? What do you think?
Maybe.
King Queen?
This could actually be insane. Imagine if he gets called here by King Queen.
I think he should. King Queen's the best hand a lot.
Yeah. King Queen does make the call, and Alex gets it in good again. Can he avoid the kings? Ooh, well, that's a great flop, actually. Just needs to avoid tens. Drawing that. Can we make a royal? No, we cannot. But we are making a full club board. And look at Alex Ponakovs, and Ami is just sitting there like, what? Mate, you're supposed to be out. You were out, and now you've got more chips than me. What the hell is this?
Ami Bear is definitely super pissed because like he was the type of guy who's like looking for those pay jumps. Dario's like thinking, I should never play an unpaired hand again. Ace, king dead, king, queen dead. Like just aces and jacks and queens and kings.
Wins
Wow,
A6 against A6 here, though.
That's a big fold, Roddy. That is a big fold. Ooh,
This could be a big hand. We've got ace king, we've got pocket tens, we've got pocket sevens. Pocket sevens are the GG nuts, according to Kevin Martin.
Seven's not going to get a play. I think this is all in call. I think D. Peter's going to jam to 2 10s.
One ace is that, but I think that's it. I don't remember what
Pretty
Guillaume
sick.
folded.
Because it looked like Ami Bear or Alex Ponakovs was potentially the one out next, but David Peters now could be at risk.
Or it could be Limitless, who was our chip leader. He won't be eliminated, but he'd be damn short, that's for sure.
Yeah, he'd have like 1.2 or 3 left. That's pretty insane. I think the 10s here is a mandatory jam, though. It's too strong. You don't really want to induce. You don't really want to flat. I really don't see another play besides all in.
The only way I can see the tens not playing is if he would call and then Alex Ponakov would jam and then Limitless would call. Then you can fold tens, but...
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. But the thing is, you have so much fold equity of this hand. Yeah, he's going in. It's going to be a coin flip.
Biggest spot of the night, guys. 6.4 million chippies in the middle. One ace is dead, and the flop is good for the tens. The turn is an ace, though, which means David Peters needs one of the last 2 tens in the deck, and that's not a 10. That's it. David Peters is eliminated before Alex Ponakov. If you would have told me that 3 minutes ago, I would have laughed at you and be like, no, that's actually literally impossible. I'll go full Nanonoko. That can't happen, but it does happen. And what this also means is now Limitless is our dominant chip leader. Ah, sick.
It is
What a
super sick.
what a night.
Not this hand, but I'm saying he's in good shape. You got a final table betting. You picked the winner. You're feeling good today. Like there's no Ferrari random name out there. Like he can't really lose this tournament.
As long as I don't see a random Ferrari avatar popping up, I'm feeling real good, mate. That stupid Ferrari Enzo is still tilting me.
And if I'm looking against the opponents up against, like I'm feeling really good about Malinowski right now. Like these guys are gonna try to outladder each other, I think.
I'm with you. Guillaume
Ooh,
Nolet does make the
what a hell of a
call with
call.
his fours.
That is a hell of a call, pocket fours on that flop.
Limitless doesn't strike me as the guy who fires one bullet, mate. He loads up the gun and he empties the clip.
I think he can. The pressure is extremely high. It's blind versus blind. Guillaume's going to have a lot of mid pairs, like 6-7, 6-4, 8-4, on these types of hands.
Oh.
Or you just check and hit a 9. Or hit a 7.
Yep, that's pretty good. Pretty gross for Guillaume. Great call on the flop. Yeah. The thing is, what are we hoping for? The 4? I mean, 4s do always make a set, but they don't when Limitless has a 4 too. 2 outs is all the 4s need. 1 out becomes a bit dicey. How much we betting? Over? We're going for... Oh, very tiny. Oh, Guillaume makes a snap
Smart.
Over 8 million chips for Limitless, and he picks up aces as Guillaume Nolet has ace-jack on the button. This could be bad news for Guillaume Nolet, man, because I have the feeling he's getting real sick of Malinowski his shit. So if he opens here, Malinowski 3-bets, he's like, F you, I'm going to jam.
Very, very possible. All sorts of funny things could happen. It's kind of hard to figure it out, but Guillaume, is he even thinking about I was wondering, is he even thinking about open jamming? That'd be a funny play, but like aces here. 3-bet.
What about just rejamming here? Make it seem like you're weak.
I don't think you should, because you don't want to close out the chance that Dario kind of goes with a hand that he would have. Like, say Dario has 2 jacks. Maybe he finds a fold somehow. So you don't want to close that play out. And even here, I think Guillaume might jam. Just a chance.
Think so too. Absolutely is a chance. Obviously, Ami and Alex are both very short, and the pay jumps get massive. So if you want to be very ICM aware, you shouldn't get out of line. He just makes the call, and on a flop like this, he can probably get away with ace-jack.
I think he didn't want to risk all the chips, but he still wasn't convinced. That's why he happened to call pre-flop. The flop, I don't know. It's not like the worst flop for you. You got the backdoor diamond. You might have the best hand.
The bet is so annoying too.
It's a quarter pot. I think he's gonna leave. You got to call here, right? Like, you don't love it, but what else can you do?
You can be very happy that he didn't hit an jack there, or the case ace, but
or like a diamond, yeah.
Yeah. Well, diamond would actually at least give him some hope.
Yeah.
A jack would be disastrous. What are we doing now? Limitless bet, very small on the flop. He checks.
Wow, what a check. That's a pretty sick check. I think he knows the king improves him way too much, and that Guillaume will not call unless he had a big hand. Like he would hero fold here, right? Like because ace king hits too much.
Well, the river is a queen. Not what Limitless was hoping for. Not because he's particularly worried, but obviously would have loved to see Guillaume make a pair.
Yeah, but the queen's an okay card in the sense that maybe his opponent picked up like an ace queen, hit a pair, a queen jack, a diamonds. I don't know. Like, it's something. I think he should go for value. I think, unless he thinks his opponent's on a draw, that's the reason he would check. Well, okay.
It's a funny line as well. If you Guillaume Nolet, you 3-bet, you bet so small on the flop, you check the turn, and now you just bomb the river. What's this all about? Well, obviously with ace-jack, we can't do too much there. Limitless wins another big one as he goes up to 9.4 million chippies. And Guillaume Nolet picks up pocket jacks. Things are looking real good for Limitless now. You want to hear something, Nanonoko?
What?
He's got more chips than the rest of the table combined.
Are you sure? I mean, it's quite
Oh
hard. It's
my
like a
God.
1.7, 1. Like these numbers are quite hard to add up.
No, they're not, Nanonoko. 2, 9, 5, 8.5. Let's give a little bit of extra change. You can make it 8.6. It's still not 9.4.
Can I congratulate you yet? Because you finally picked the. Oh, you picked the winner again. It's been a while, but you did it.
Mate, I picked the
feeling-
winner last week. Okay, you cannot. I will refuse to let this one go down because you know that's not fair. You know I was gonna pick him. I was hyping him up. I railed the final 4 tables. Couldn't do that this week. I'll definitely do it again upcoming Sunday because I actually kind of enjoy it. But you know that I picked the winner last week.
You should have. Well, I mean, I'm surprised you didn't put more money on Limitless. Is it because he came in with a short stack?
He came in real short, mate, and he also lost to Ferrari, man. So, but I mean, to be honest, like $50 is a decent bet for someone who came in 7th.
It's a decent bet, but if everyone else you're putting in $75 and $50 on everyone else, then it starts to look not so impressive.
I mean, I basically bet 175. Then I made 50 extra because you told me to bet on Lucas Reeves. That's still a couple $100 profit if Limitless takes it down. I'll take it, mate.
Well,
I can
where's
play
Lucas
another
Reeves?
I can play another 315 Bounty King and fold pocket fours and tilt out of my mind.
But I don't, what happened to the Lucas Reeves $50 bet? Where'd it go?
Yeah, up in flames, mate.
All right, blind versus blind. A little checking happening, I imagine.
It's actually a funny flop. Malinowski makes mid pair. Sammartino makes bottom pair, but also picks up the gut shot. The thing is, it's so hard for Dario Sammartino to play a big pot here. When you look around the other side of the table, Ami is very short, 11 big blinds. Alex Ponakovs is sitting at 15, 16. And even Guillaume has just 16 or 17 big blinds. You just pray to check this one down or see a beautiful king of diamonds or something. Like, then you feel all right. But
I think Malinowski should strongly consider betting. The spade is not what you want to see. You don't want like a 5 of spades to see a free river card for no reason.
Be pretty hype for all of us though if Limitless does win this one. That'll make some headlines.
I think he should have won last time. Don't you? Just lost his. As you say that.
Yeah.
Beat.
That's a very funny river. I mean, if you're Dario Sammartino, are you in love with this river?
You don't mind it.
Okay.
Just gonna check.
Yeah, I think you do check though. I don't think you want to bet here. The 2 pair is good. Limitless will receive the bad news that he got rivered. The rest of the table probably hates to see this too. Alex folding ace-5 there under the gun.
Yeah, he's sitting on 15 big blinds. I think he's just gonna chill. Hope for better spots. Wait for Ami to get it in.
You know what's special about the hand that Dario Sammartino has right now, Nanonoko?
What is it? It's your birthday.
You should know this by now. It's been 47 weeks, mate.
It's your birthday. Is it September the 5th?
No, it's upcoming weekend, mate. You're hurting me.
Ah.
I'm sensitive. Come on now, Nanonoko.
Okay, nice. Happy birthday, early one. What are you gonna do? Play some flipping goes at 3:30 in the morning.
There is a chance, mate. Cheeky bottle of champagne, fire up some flipping girls. See if I can find an Alki in the lobby. Yeah, that sounds like a mighty fine birthday.
Is your Italian mate gonna be hanging out then, or what?
No, I brought him home to this morning actually. Well, I brought him to the airport at 6 a.m. We didn't sleep, so it was a long night for me. What a turn here for Ami, by the way. Imagine if the river is an ace, mate. Ooh.
This guy Dario is gonna be forced to play. Put some chips in here.
If the river is an ace, he's gonna lose it all.
Yeah, but that doesn't really ever happen. I've never
Oh,
seen it
that
happen.
happens. Oh, it happens all the time. No, all the time. You don't know the sick world that we are living in. Not this time, though. It's the 7 of diamonds. Dario Sammartino misses everything. And he kind of has to bet now because Nanonoko, he's got the nut low. He literally has the nut low.
Literally, yeah. I was like, well, what about the 5-6? No,
No,
it's
it's the
straight.
nuts.
Um, Betting can work. He's be trying to get those little pairs for like 2, 3, 4, one of those
Yeah.
hands. But nah, he's out.
He's like, nah. Maybe you too have the nut low. Maybe we can chop it up.
Yeah, he can't win the spot.
No,
Literally, he checks.
that's quite funny. Imagine if Ami bets really small now and then there's, like, I'm gonna wrap this 6-5. Like, no.
Yeah, against the million chip stack, that seems like a
A
wishful thinking.
Kotelnikov play.
Yeah, but Koto Nikov wasn't even a min raise. I think it was less. I think it was like a I don't know. Say it like he had to raise a million, he made it like 500k more or something ridiculous.
Limitless with aces again, but obviously it's a little bit hard for him to get a whole lot of action now as everyone's trying to outladder each other. On the other hand, he's probably thinking, he's like, come on, guys, I've been raising every hand. What about you fight back one time? Not today, Limitless. Second time he got aces in quite a few hands, but
Have you seen that GIF that someone made of Limitless? He's like Scarface. He's got like the guns, the money, the cocaine, and then like he's like running around his little hotel or whatever it is. Like
I did not see it.
oh, I think Joe Ingram posts it sometimes or something. It's pretty funny.
Okay. Alex should jam here, right?
No questions asked. Um, Simple poker, Roddy. You got this one. This is a speed racer jam. Yeah, it's a simple.
It actually is. Snapped you. Some people that are total degenerates in the speed racer, they just like call off at anything. They're like, I've got 20 minutes to rebuy. And I've seen people with like 7, 8 entries. I'm like, that doesn't make sense because the fields are not that big. They literally need to make like top 2 to even make that back. And I'm like, what are we doing?
Did I tell you about the guy, the Chinese guy, Wei Zhao? He made our
21
final
buy-ins in
table.
PLO.
Yeah, yeah. And I think someone said if he won it, he still loses money. That's just freaking hilarious.
Yeah, I saw the tweet that Sasha made. It's pretty funny.
And it's not 21 buy-ins in like a 1K. It was a 5K buy-in.
5K.
So it just goes in for 100K, wins it, still loses money.
Don't think he won it, by the way. But
He final tabled though, I'm pretty sure, if I recall correctly. But look at this.
trouble flop for Dario Sammartino. Flop stop pair. And it's actually quite a big pot already because of the raise.
Given their hands, multiple bets, probably 2 bets will go in. It's not really strong enough for someone to get 3 bets in, even for Limitless. Yes, he's got the best hand, but I don't think he can safely value bet this 3 streets.
What about a 5 on the turn, mate?
I mean, look, I think 2 bets are going in no matter what. 3 would be kind of pushing it.
It's actually becoming a massive pot now. 1.3 million chips in the middle. Dario Sammartino is playing 2.8 million behind. I think Limitless can size up here, and that's exactly what he does. Makes it 800. That's a tough call to make, man, if you're Sammartino, because even if you make the call here, you know what's coming at the river.
Yeah, but it's a mandatory call. If you're not calling this, then you should have just folded pre. That means you're folding everything to a 2-barrel. Like, this is a nice run out so far.
But it's the sizing, though, that changes things. Like, if he bets 350, 400k here, yeah, obviously with calling. Does make the call, the board pairs, which means the kickers are going to play. Oh, obviously 10 is higher than a 6 and a 7.
This guy Limitless gonna have 11 million chips minimum. Like, and everyone's got less than, only has a 1 in front of their name. Like,
that's insane, actually, yeah.
What a lovely day.
He checks.
He's got a 1 in like I said, I don't expect 3 bets with this hand. It's quite vulnerable. He might, I don't think he's checking to fold. He's checking to try to pick off like a 6-5, like a flush draw. Just makes a lot of sense though. Look at this. Everyone's got a 1 in front of their name, but one's got an extra digit.
That's actually I won't say esports history. That's high roller super millions history. I don't think we've ever seen this. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1-1.
Jack 5 offsuit. The Jackson 5. Let's go.
We are now all living in Limitless's world, but this is still very exciting, right? Because the difference between 5th and 2nd is $160,000. And at this point, it feels that any of the other 4 could finish 2nd or could finish 5th. This is insane.
I love watching this part when the guy
Yeah.
just makes everyone feel like little nits, right? Like everyone's just trying to outlast each other. But this is the funny part.
No one can hurt him. Ami should absolutely jam here. I would be very sad if Ami folds. Okay. He doesn't. Guillaume Nolet might consider it.
No,
he's pretty good.
The frustration call, like, you know what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Someone should just come to this final table and be like, I know I'm supposed to fold, but I'm just going to F you calls today. I just feel like being that guy.
Yeah, do you really want to jam into the guy with 11.5 million chips? I think Alex would have absolutely folded if he was on Ami's position and Guillaume was the big blind, but it's so scary to jam into Limitless, right? Because nothing hurts him. Ace 4. There is Ace King on the side of Limitless. Oh. Sammartino might call even. Like, I would probably call here, mate.
No one's calling Roddy. Sammartino, the guy who plays aces, kings, and queens and jacks, all of a sudden gonna call his tournament live with king 8 suited when everyone's got the same stack. No.
Yeah, but okay, he doesn't. I think I would actually call there because I would feel that king 8 of spades is crushing there against what Limitless is jamming.
Chip EV point of view, 100% you're ahead. From a range point of view. From ICM point of view, it'd be disaster. Especially with everyone the same stack. It's never happening.
What are we gonna do then? Like, just wait for the absolute premiums again? Is that the only thing we play?
Basically what's happening is all 4 of these guys are waiting for premiums, or someone else gets it in first. That's literally what's happening. It's a dream scenario. I think Malinowski should min-raise a lot. I think he's going to win a lot of chips.
I think he can be bothered to min-raise, mate. I think he's done playing poker. It's jam or fold here. If he jams this one, maybe Ponakovs, A7 would be one hell of a call. He could be getting it in great.
I don't think he's going to call. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's going to call. He'd be getting amazing. He's thinking about it, though. You can see it, but...
Oh, maybe.
Everyone's out folding each other.
Yep. Limitless gets over 12 million chippies. That's like... I definitely jam Jack 8, mate. Snap jam.
It's even better because, like, the other guys still have to wait each other out a bit. They can't call too wide.
This is actually...
The 4s.
Oh, Malinowski has a 4.
Oh! Ami Bear folded pocket 4s. And King Jack everywhere. Like, oh my gosh.
Well, the hand of the evening, King Jack will go to war again. Limitless will obviously think that Ponakovs is probably pretty strong. Because they've been folding so much.
Yeah, I think the ace-4 shouldn't really be calling here. It's a still good scenario for you where everyone's got the same stack.
Yeah, you like it. Well, this could be fireworks, mate. 4-way all in. Let's go.
Okay, not 4-way. I'm wondering.
I know.
I don't think Sammartino is going to call, though. I think he's also going to let it go.
You think no one calls here?
I don't think anyone calls here. Yeah. You think Sammartino's going to call 2 5s? Like, come on. This is not even halfway between his premiums, you know?
Wow. A hand where the last 4 players all had a reasonable hand. Instead, it's just Alex Ponakovs who gets away with that annoying 1 and gets the 2 in front of his name. As Limitless picks up queens, but he's like, well, everybody is folding anyway. The min raise. I love it. It's like, come on, jam on me.
No one's going to take this bait. Everyone's just... Ami Bears still can't get above 10% VPIP.
Limitless definitely been getting some decent hands. Oh, the jacks! We're gonna play a hand.
Yeah, this is funny. He's such a short stack, and now we give him the premiums he needs. 2 jacks.
Anything other than a rejam would be a crime against humanity.
He would need his internet to break for him to fold this.
Limitless will let it go. Sammartino is still in the 1 point something million chip range. This is pretty funny, man. Like, I have no idea who's going to take second and who's going to take fifth. I think everyone is probably in agreement that unless Limitless has another heads-up meltdown, that he's going to win tonight. This is insane, man. What a spot for the other four.
So, yeah, congrats, Roddy, on winning some monies today, picking a winner. Limitless has done it. He's shipped the tournament. Yeah, it's pretty impressive because he's had 2 final tables, this being one of them. One, he should have won it, but he got second. And here he's
might
gonna
call
probably
here, though.
win it. No.
No?
I don't think he should. I think he should maintain the situation.
Queen 9. Normally you think plus 3 good.
Okay.
He does
Okay.
make the call. Gets it in
Queen
quite
ball.
bad. Needs queen.
I mean,
Oh,
that's
there's
right.
the queen. That's brutal for Guillaume. Needs to find an ace or a spade. Any ace, any spade, or we're down to 4. That's not a spade and it's not an ace. Wow. Guillaume Nolet, the man who came in as chip leader, who had such a hot start to this final table. He's the one who goes out in 5th place. Walks away with $155,000, but was pretty damn close to at least 312. Nanonoko, what the hell happened?
I mean, how is Limitless gonna lose? He's calling with queen high dominated, and he hits the queen like destiny, literally destiny.
Alex Ponakovs takes one down with the ace-8. Ami's gonna have to go real soon now because the other ones are actually starting to pull away from him a little bit.
I think it's gonna be the Jack 10 and the 2 6s. I think this is it.
I just want to see you 3-way all in.
One
All right, Jack
10 is
10
dead.
does go all in. We know that 1 Jack and 1 10 is that. It's going to be hard for Ami to hit, but he is a survivor. Nah, he just got shot through his brain, guys. There is no hope on that flop. Alex Ponakovs will make another set with the 6s. Ami walks away with $195,000, and we are down to 3.
This guy had 400K. Don't forget. Ponakovs. He's the second place guy now. It's amazing.
Ponakov's dream is not totally dead yet, though. Because if he gets a double through Limitless, then he's at 6 million. Limitless is at 10 million. That's a battle.
But I've already congratulated you, Roddy.
Yeah, now I'm getting scared, actually.
We can't
because
reverse the story.
I didn't speak up against it, and we know how powerful you are.
Nice. Same hand folds.
It's obviously great for Limitless as long as Sammartino is in, right? Because then Alex Ponakovs can't get 2 out of line because he wants to get the guaranteed $70,000 pay jump.
See how Ponakovs approaches this. Is he the type to reshove? It's a good reshove for sure. Or does he just respect the situation? It's like, let's just see a flop instead. He's going to see a flop.
It's not a bad one. We flop an ace, we flop the backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight draws.
And your opponent hits a little piece too. Not too bad.
Yeah, this could become a pricey hand. Then again, the 6s have done very well tonight, Nanonoko. Wow, what a turn. It's going to be hard for Malinowski to win this one. Alex Ponakovs has had an absolute roller coaster of an evening, right?
Yeah, he's been in a lot of pots too.
Mate, wasn't he like super dead? Didn't he have like 200-300K?
Yeah, he had
then-
400K at one point. That's what I was saying. And plus, he also had like a lot of chips when he was dominating the final table. Is it 2
He's had
pair?
it all. Alex was the one with the jacks against Malinowski's King 10, correct? Or what was
Yeah,
it?
that started it all. That thing, Limitless would have been out with like 8 people left or something.
Yeah.
King, or maybe 9 people left. I think it was full table.
I think, yeah, it was the first
Yeah.
hour, mate.
King 10 suited. Hits it.
That could be a brutal game. That's a very, very tiny bet by Alex Ponakovs as he riveted 2 pair.
It's a good sizing, actually. Huh. It's like the perfect size.
20% pot, 1.5 big blinds.
I mean, like, as long as your opponent has some hearts, I guess you got a call here. Can he fold? This would be a sick fold for this price. This price is so good.
I wonder what Limitless is thinking. I've got no idea.
He's wondering, like, would his opponent value a better pair?
Well, the answer is yes. A better 2-pair. Mate, Alex Ponakovs now 4 million chips. This obviously means that Dario Sammartino knows that it's really go time. And I think this is go time. You've got 10 big blinds. It's not great, but you know the blind is coming up next, so you kind of got to go. And he's going to go for it, and he will get the pass that he's looking for. I think a dream scenario for Limitless would be Sammartino doubling through Alex Ponakovs, right? That's the dream.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the dream actually is you just taking their chips. That is the next best thing if you can't take the chips. Ponakovs got a decent stack, actually.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen much bigger comebacks than 4-1. We've seen 7-1, I believe, in heads up a couple times. Blinds go up. Wouldn't mind the raise with 9-8.
Yeah. I'd be shocked if he doesn't raise. What's he
Do you
thinking
think
about?
Limitless is thinking back about the last time that he was supposed to win the High Roller Super Mirrors? Or do you think he plays so many tables and so many hands that doesn't even really ring a bell that it was this specific tournament?
I don't know. Maybe he does. King Jack.
Ferrari, man, must have left a little impression on Limitless too.
Ferrari man just bought another Ferrari, actually. For all that monies.
Maybe if Limitless ships it tonight, he'll buy a little Ferrari. Like 394K.
I feel
Revenge.
like Limitless has a fancy car already. If I don't know. I feel like he does.
Probably
Like
more than
a
one.
Lamborghini or something.
Maybe he bought the Ferrari or Ferrari man. That's possible too. No.
Well, like okay, look, Limitless doesn't allow. He's not allowed to do that when he didn't win the tournament. Okay, like
He does. Asserting his dominance, mate. He may have won the battle, but I'll win the war. I'll buy a car. What are we gonna do with 10-9? Obviously knows that Alex doesn't want to call off too loose. He ships it. I don't hate this because even if Sammartino calls, 10-9, I feel like most of the time you're getting it in quite reasonable. Unless they have an ultra premium. But I think Dario already had all of his ultra premiums for the entire month. And we're only in the 4th day of May.
Plus, it forces Ponakovs to just have to fold so much of his range, right? Because still 4 million chips.
Limitless strikes me as the guy to jam 9-6. It's his girlfriend's favorite hand.
I think I hear that once a stream too now. Like, you're telling me I think it's some guy at live poker who would say it all the time, right?
Yeah, the guy that I used to play with in commerce. This is gonna be it, man. Queen Jack suited against Queen 10 offsuit. Like, there's no way that Ponakovs fold, right? Queen 10.
Agree.
You got a call, and Sammartino gets it in fantastic. Just needs to avoid the 10s. I mean, he still has a crap ton of outs, but he does need to hit King 8 or a Jack, or Sammartino is bamboozled. That could be an 8.
That
could be an
can't
8.
be, right? How? Oh my god, it is! You just gave me this funniest look.
Like, yeah, but like, why could that not be an 8, Nanonoko?
I don't know. Like, I guess you're right. I guess you're right.
Sammartino might just double.
Double?
That that's a burger in an American fast food chain. Johnny Rockets, the double, mate. I used to order it all the time. Well, guys, here we go. Ace Queen suited versus King Queen suited. Limitless has been running hot though.
Double.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Well, no. We've seen some crazy runouts tonight. What about a club? Chop it up. No. The river is safe. It's a 4 of diamonds. And all of a sudden, Dario Sammartino is the one who's going to battle Limitless with the 4 million chips. What the hell is? Oh my God! Queens and ace jack suited.
Limitless is gonna be down to what, 8 million or whatever. Like, sick.
Actually,
I gotta take back my statement, Roddy. I don't know if you're gonna win anymore. This is
Thanks,
looking
mate.
bad, isn't it?
The good news is that it's 2 against 3. Like, as long as Ponakovs doesn't. But he's getting it in good. Queens versus ace jack. Earlier tonight, Malinowski won a similar scenario. This time he's going to need to find an ace. He does find the ace. That's the second time he does Alex Ponakov dirty. Is there paint? That's not paint. It's another ace or a deuce or a 3. It's a 3. That's it. We're heads up. Sammartino versus Limitless. Gotta say though, Ponakov, mate, got unlucky. He lost jacks against king 10 for heaps, and now he loses queens against ace jack for heaps.
Against the same guy. The guy who eliminates him in the end. Both brutal. Sick. But you, congrats, Roddy. At least you won your bet 100%. Now, who would you make more money on?
Limitless, 675, and Sammartino's 540.
So maybe you do need to bet on half the table to win.
I didn't bet on half the table. I bet on 4 guys.
Okay, it's practically half the table. One guy came in with 10 big blinds. He doesn't count. And you put money on that guy.
Oh, shit. I bet on 5. Yeah, damn it. I forgot about the final $13. Oh, no. That was a mean bet, though, to be fair.
So we're heads up. We playing for how much monies?
$80,000 difference, or 82, 81.
It's a big payday. 2 like the richest people playing heads up for $80,000, right? Because one guy, he won what, 5 million or whatever in the main event. One guy has 5 million from cash games or whatever, at least. Yeah, and they're playing for 80K. Still a lot of money.
Limitless obviously sitting on a big hand here. Sammartino has a pair of 5s. That's about it. You don't like it, but I think you have to let this one go, no?
The backdoor diamonds doesn't help for Sammartino, so more things you lose to. If the backdoor diamonds didn't get there, it's a tough one.
River of 5, and it's probably all over.
So Sammartino on the 20 big blind stack. Could be over quick. Could be long if he gets a double. We'll see.
Noko becoming a StarCraft 2 caster again. Could be a long game, could be a short game, could be in the middle. Thank you, Noko, for your great input. That's why we pay you the big bucks. Big bucks. There we go.
It is true. Queen 5 could win this hand. 8 deuce could win this hand. Depends on what the river card comes. If it's a deuce and 8, looks like the queen will win.
Unless Limitless decides that he wants to win the hand.
Okay, thoughts on me making another break?
I was just actually thinking about that. I don't think we're going to get there. Like, we're going to get it all in. Okay, what I will say is we're going to get it all in at least once. Go queen high. Make a hero call here, by the way.
Wow.
Oh, queen high, Dario Sammartino. That's very sexy.
This happens all the time, okay? No, not the queen high call. I'm saying a guy doesn't play the hand. He gets a heads up. And now, obviously, he's forced to play, and he beats the guy with the bigger stack. Like, this seems like Limitless' story, right? Like, he's gotten here before, same situation.
I don't think he's gonna lose tonight, mate. It looks pretty good for Limitless.
The guy hasn't played a hand, and then, Limitless has lost his match before, Roddy. Same scenario.
Yes, but I think he has learned from it. And I don't see a Ferrari at Dario Sammartino's avatar, so I think he's good.
Dario's best bet is to change his avatar right now.
Yes, this could be a big one. To open-ender and the right side of the open-ender against a second pair. Malinowski bets here. Sammartino is never folding. I would even
100%.
like a raise, I'll be honest. I kind of like a raise here.
I don't think you should raise on the deuce. Okay, nice card. But I was going to say, the deuce wouldn't really make sense to raise. Because you check back the flop, what are you representing? A 3 deuce offsuit? Like, you might not even limp down the button. So,
No,
yeah, it
but
wouldn't have made sense.
you're wrapping the bluff. But then you call and then you spike the coconuts on the river. That's why, mate. That's the strategy. Well, Limitless makes a decent sized bet. A little over 2 big blinds. And obviously, Sammartino is going to raise. The question is, what is the price that he thinks Limitless will call him? Seems like it's 1.5 million.
I don't really see what he beats.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably thinking, what value does he have? Did he really check back 10-9? He did. 5-4. Did he really check back 5-4 because I had a gut shot on flop? Maybe. Nice fold.
That's it, go. Well done.
I'm happy to see him fold that because he's been paying off some spots where it does seem like he should be beat. He's learning.
King 10 suited, obviously a beauty in heads up. He just limps. Dario Sammartino will check back his 7-6, a hand that we often say flops well, but sometimes you flop ace jack 10. And then 7-6 does not look very appealing anymore.
He can win this hand.
Yeah,
He hit a
if
9.
he wins this with a 9 on the river, that'd be a pretty unreal run out.
If he
but it
hits
looks
a
bit
9,
nano.
I think Dario wins this tournament. Okay, he doesn't.
I actually think that Limitless is going to win, but I don't think he's going to win before the next break. I think we're going to make it till hour 4 because Sammartino doesn't really blow up the pots, and it also seems like Limitless is being a little more careful. Obviously, he doesn't want to give a comeback potential if he doesn't have to.
They're both playing a limping game too, so that actually increases the stack to pot ratio by a lot, even though there's just 20-something bigs. So, yeah, you were saying a better question is, will they get it all in a call before the break?
I'm at first I thought yes, but now I'm thinking no.
Yeah, I'm thinking that if they were playing a bit more raising game, 100%, but this is kind of like, kind of got to get cooler, right?
I want to see some emotes. Come on, Malinowski, give us a phew.
Yeah. Feel like our Super Millions contestants, their emoji game has gone downhill.
Yeah.
We need to bring it back.
Definitely used to be a little more adventurous with the emotes. King Jack of Diamonds is a nice hand, but when the flop is 8-5 deuce rainbow with only 1 diamond, you love it a little bit less. I do think we can find 1 call and hope that we find something nice on the turn, and we do. Limitless is drawing that, right? Yeah.
Wow. You're a great commentator too. Drawing dead. No shit. But no, I'm like, is there a river card?
You can't even count till 10, okay? You have lost your ability to make fun of me, mate.
There should be a third guy who makes fun of both of us.
Yeah.
The easiest job.
Well, that's Twitch chat, mate. Or YouTube chat in this case. Ace of spades on the river.
I was going to say, there's no way Dario would ever fold any run out on the river. Even the ace, I don't think he's folding. Heads up. No one outlasts anymore.
Limitless will check it back. Who knows? The 9 high is no bueno. Sammartino, 5 million chippies. King 10, ace 8. What if he limps here and Malinowski jams again like he's done a couple times, which would be excessive. But we know that he does like to be a little excessive. Well, he just 3-bets. Could ace 8 suited jam, Nanonoko?
I think you probably just call. It's good enough. A lot of stacks to play for. You got position. I think no reason to do anything else but that. Pick up a little continuation bet from his opponent here. A lot of good things by just calling.
That is a mighty flying flop for Mr. Sammartino, the runner-up of the WSOP main event 2019. Obviously, currently over at GGPoker, the WSOP circuit events are running. As you guys can see in the bottom left side, May 1st to May 30th. Played a couple of them. I cannot confirm if we have any Elky dancing if you make it to the final table, guys, because we haven't even gotten close, to be honest.
But it's the rings, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah, there are rings up for grabs, and I believe there are 2 rings up for grabs in cash games too, but I don't really know how that works.
Yeah, I heard about
people,
that too.
Yeah, people were whining over it, and I don't really know why.
I think people feel like you should win a tournament to get it. Look, I don't really care because there's so many rings and bracelets
Yeah.
out there these days. Like it would.
So many.
The argument makes more sense when there was such a few amount out there, right? But now it's.
Yep.
I think it's okay.
And I mean, there's a lot of different trophies to be won anyway. But yeah, I should actually look up how we can possibly win a ring in a cash game. Because that sounds fun. Do you just have to grind like 48 hours nonstop? Winner gets the ring? Or what's happening?
I imagine it's the top X amount of dudes have to play like a little sit and go or something. I don't know. It just seems weird if the top guy automatically gets it. But maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, you have the daily leaderboards, right, over at GG, where you can get a little bonus if you put in a lot of volume. Maybe just have a 24-hour leaderboard for a ring. Happy grinding season, lads. Who pays the most rake?
They gotta play 24 hours. Like, that'd be brutal.
Maybe that.
All of a sudden, this is really close. Not really close, but like getting quite close in chips.
Yeah. 3 minutes to go till the first break. Deuces made the call. Probably kind of like this flop if you're in a 3-bet pot, right?
I mean, I wouldn't really call it a 3-bet pot. A raised pot.
Yeah.
Limp raise. It's still a different league. We still got the ranges of a single raised pot. So 3-bet pots, I usually think of more like, you know, the big
Raised
hands.
3-bet, I know.
The big boys.
But I still think it's an all right flop for deuces.
It's not bad. It's not the greatest turn.
No, but how many?
I mean, like,
fours?
I'm like, what's a good turn card besides a 4, a deuce, a 4? I guess a 3, 5, or 6.
Yeah, I think that kind of nails it. I think the board pairing, a deuce, a 4. But I don't hate the 7 either.
So this bet is kind of like a bit of everything. It's kind of like protect my hand against over 2 high cards. Can it be a
I
bluff?
do believe
think it
that.
could bluff.
I do believe that Limitless believes he has the best hand, and he does.
Yeah, because the quarter pot's kind of like a let me just not let you get a free card, not let you just dictate the action. It gets called by worse. Sick value bet.
What will Dario Sammartino do with ace high on the river?
Well, I mean, if another bet comes in, this would be ridiculous from Limitless. Like, I don't think we
Why?
need to worry about that.
He's
He's got the
taking
best
ace
hand.
high to value town. Deuces are good. Limitless wins a 3 million chip pot. And extends his lead a little bit again after it got seriously close at one point. Pocket sevens against a suited king. Yeah, I don't hate just taking the flop. Flop's a king. Backdoor club's alive. Backdoor straight draw alive. It's not a flop you love to see if you're Dario Sammartino. On the other end, Limitless put in no chips, right? Other than his big blind. So how likely is it that he has an ace or a king?
Well, it doesn't matter. You got trip kings and a 3 kicker.
I actually think I bet here, and I think Sammartino calls.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially against a min bet.
Absolutely have to call, I think, with the sevens.
I don't really see why you would fold. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
Sammartino's like, trip kings, eh? Nice hand, sir. And that means we have time for 1 or 2 more hands before the third break, or do we? Ace 5, king queen, Nanonoko. Are we gonna get out of line here?
In a world where they don't want to play anymore, to ensure, but okay, king queen just check.
That's
We're
weird,
we're gonna outladder the imaginary players at the table, you know, just in case.
17 is like, hey man, are you playing on a laptop and a Wi-Fi connection by any chance? Because if that's the case, I'm gonna keep playing.
I mean, that's such a weird check pre-flop, in my opinion, but okay.
No, I'm with you.
I'll argue in the fact that maybe he's trying to keep the queen deuce offsuits in there, the king 3 offsuits. They would have folded to a raise, you know. He wants to keep them dominated, but nah, I don't like it.
Limitless may call here with ace high. Nah, he's gonna let it go.
That's a great
Obviously,
fold.
Yeah, there wasn't much going for him, but still well done. Normally, people don't like to fold ace-high and heads up. And that does mean, guys, that it's time for another break. And most likely, unless we are witnessing the most epic heads-up of all time, the final break of the evening. It's been over 3.5 hours for us already, but hopefully you guys are having fun. Heads up between Limitless and Sammartino will continue after this 4-minute break.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Negreanu here with some good news from the GGPoker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elke was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor hold stings. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Welcome back, guys, to hour 4 of the High Roller Super Millions, week 47, where we are still witnessing the heads-up battle of tonight between Dario Sammartino and Wiktor Malinowski, also known as Limitless. Limitless obviously still has a big lead. And the hand of the evening, well, the second hand of the evening. The main hand of the evening, obviously King Jack. And here we have the eights again. I'd like to see the eights just jam. Get it in there. I don't care how many big blinds he has, Nanonoko. This is your level, by the way, mate. 200K.
It's a good one. I really need the million chip one. That's going to be really easy for me.
I don't know if we're going to make that. And if we do make that, I might pass out. Since I drove someone to the airport this morning at 6 a.m. and it's almost midnight now.
All right. He did just jam it, didn't he?
Yeah.
I think he did.
He did. That's the way to do it, man. The eights. Is he still in Macau, by the way? Limitless, that is.
Probably not with the whole COVID thing, I'm guessing.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. I have no idea.
Queen 8 of diamonds does pick up a little gut shot. But maybe a little bet wouldn't hurt. See if you can just take it down. And if not, maybe a queen or an 8 or a 9 on the river. Instead it goes check, check. Ace high is good here. I think Sammartino will also feel that ace high is good. But no need to bet it. Malinowski checks back to queen high, which obviously is also good sometimes, but not in this case. It's been a long one, Nanonoko.
Yeah, I feel like it has. I needed that break. I was getting feeling a little sleepy, but we're back. Okay.
I love that you're feeling sleepy when it's midnight for me.
Like we're sleepy together. It's just
that sounds weird, mate. Not the greatest flop for ace king, but obviously ace king is still good here very often. This spot is incredibly small for an ace king hand.
Yeah, with the limping strategy, you're gonna get like these people try and trap big hands, but then they check. I think especially because Dario saw Limitless jam earlier, like a couple hands ago. He's like, okay, let me just get him, but it didn't work.
Ace on the river is gonna feel make Sammartino feel real good, but I think he already felt good because if Limitless had anything, he would have probably already bet. We are gonna try to get paid off on the river. We saw a queen high call earlier. Maybe this inspired Limitless. Like your queen high was good. Maybe my queen high is good.
Yeah, nah, I feel like it's kind of a funny board to call queen high.
Ace 9 into the 24 big blinds of Dario Sammartino. He's gonna raise. He deuce will probably just let it go. With the way that Dario has been playing, I don't see any reason to do anything else other than fold here. I mean, somewhat connected in your world, maybe. The 8 deuce. What do you say?
It's no. Why do you just? I mean, what 9-5 offsuit is connected? You can make it straight.
Yes, you can, but that's a garbage straight, mate. That's a garbage straight. I know it's connected. 6, 7, 8, mate. 8, ace 4 takes it down. I actually really like 9-8 of diamonds too. If you're a massive chip leader, I wouldn't even hate just jamming this. Like, sure, that's a bit reckless, but if you get called, I mean, the flop's pretty good. Most of the time, they don't call anyway.
You gotta raise. It's just force them to see flops so you can get flops like this and win extra chips, you know?
Flopping the world, but still having 9 high. That's what.
But his opponent has 6 high, so he still has the best hand.
Yep. It's gonna be hard for Limitless to lose this one. Sammartino lets it go. He's back to 20 big blinds. 4 million chips. Will Limitless finally win his first high roller super millions? He has played quite a few times. I don't know the exact number anymore. I could look it up. But
I remember before he had that second place finish, that was his first round table. Like he was doing very poorly in it, just like obviously not up money in it yet, but like he's definitely up monies after that second place and this performance. Impressive.
Absolutely. Fires quite often. This time he didn't. One bullet. Maybe that's the secret to Limitless' success in the MTT tournaments. Just stick
He
to
needs
one
like
bullet.
a a bullet cap, right? Like if he's in for 3, he's just like, okay, just done for the day.
Yeah.
No longer can play.
You know what's funny is that they run these tournaments on GG called the Triple Chance, and for some reason I never played one of them because I mostly play bounties. And the other night I was bored and I was like, oh, I'll play Triple Chance, and I didn't even understand it. I was like, what is this little like chip thing and the number next to it? But basically you buy in and then you can decide that you want to buy in with only 1/3. So it's only like 1 bullet and you have 3 bullets. So you can bust and then you can use your second bullet, but it's all part of the same buy-in. It's actually kind of funny.
Yeah. That sounds like something I haven't heard of a tournament like that in a long time. I thought they kind of got rid of that. But basically, you're saying you can buy them for 3 stacks, 2 stacks,
Yeah.
or 1 stack. And if you bust a 1 stack, you can rebuy for 1 stack.
Or 2 stacks, yeah. It's pretty fun.
No, I think
kind
it's
of like it.
Yeah, it's a good thing for sure. I'm not a good thing, but I like the style. How many blinds do you get? Do you know when you get 1 stack? Is it shallow or?
Yeah, it was pretty short. I mean, I just went in for 1 second and I was like running it up. I was like, hey, this is fun, and I still have 2 lives remaining. But then I busted and I was like, 1 or 2. I was like, let's just use both. But at that point, the tournament was already running for a while, so I don't know exactly the details.
I think when registration closes, they force you to put all your stacks in.
Yeah, well, I mean, otherwise you'd be ultra short. You're buying in with 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
King 8 offsuit and Queen 10 of clubs. I mean, so far the whole keep the pot small thing not truly working out for Dario Sammartino, as he was up to 6 million before. He's at 3.3 million now. Man, allergy season started kicking in here in the Netherlands, and it's horrible. I feel so congested. Sneezing all day. An ace or a 9 is what Limitless is looking for. Instead, he gets the 4 of spades. Not quite.
He never hits any draw when he has a king in his hand. He had the king 7 suited, the king 4 suited, flush draws, those miss. Doubt this one's gonna hit.
When you say that, I can't wait for the ace of diamonds on the river.
See, it always misses.
Sammartino obviously wants to win a few more chips here. Flopping top and bottom pair on the flop. And still having 2 big pairs. Not gonna happen though. What are we betting in the no-co? Do we go greedy? Or
probably like 500-600K. Okay, that's greedy. I was gonna say most likely if he was to get called, he's up against like a jack. Do you think a jack would call 760K? If you do, then sure. But if you don't, then might want to size down.
How many people bet on Limitless? 110. 91 people bet on Dario Sammartino, but it seems like the bets on Dario were slightly bigger, if I see those numbers correctly.
If you look at the bets, right? Like you see 20K on Ami Bear, and you saw the way he played today. Do you think that's all burnt money? Like just like he must have been. Well, it's not gonna win, right?
There. I was very surprised to see that for sure. I was like, that's why I pointed it out in our pre-show. I was like, that's a big difference between everybody else. And Ami is indeed like he's obviously very good, but he doesn't strike me as the guy who's like playing to win it. Let's go out 9th or let's win it.
Yeah.
Hey, the man did turn $100 into 200 and something $1,000, so that's pretty good. Most poker players will never be able to say anything like that in their entire career. Limitless taking another one down, this time with 8-4 offsuit. Sammartino is just chipping down, man. It's really not heading in the right direction. If I was him, I would try to switch gears here and turn things up.
This is yeah, it's very grindy too, isn't it? Like, but maybe that's the optimal way to play these kind of micro stacks. It's just kind of create this atmosphere.
I want to see some gamba.
That's what I like to see. I like to see the guys that just go rip it in or just raising all the time. Just end things quicker.
Sammartino does pair his king on the turn here. Obviously, both players taking their time. Still plenty of time bank left, so they don't really have to worry about that either. 7 minutes. That's actually a lot, man. 7 minutes and 5 minutes. Normally, this is like the time of the evening where somebody has no time left.
Yeah, we've been seeing that, but these guys have playing.
Lykonen had 0 last week. Literally 0.
Yeah, he tried to make a deal.
Yeah, I play heads up all the time, mate. Like, you should make a deal.
And the other guy tried to make a deal too, and then they couldn't find out how to make a deal. It was, I think that's might have been the funniest part of that whole tournament.
Well, what I else think is very funny is that I really don't think that Lykonen was aware that he had 5 seconds emergency, because he kept deciding on the final light right before his 5-second emergency shot clock would kick in. And it just seems so unrealistic that somebody can play 30 hands without entering the 5-second emergency shot clock one time. It's pretty funny. Managed to see a river on this one. And the 10 plays? No, it doesn't. The jack plays. Very exciting hand, Nina.
Yeah, nah, like, it's exciting to watch these two play, but, like, they're playing a little boring, Roddy. That's the best way to say it. Not boring, but, like, it's probably optimal, but it's quite slow, you know?
They're also taking their times on the checkbacks. Maybe not trying to give away any timing tells or anything along those lines.
This is no Ramashka, I'll tell you that. There's a lot of bets.
Not even close, mate. If Romashka was in this table, this one would have been done, and the one of next week would have been done already at the same time.
And we'd be on level 20. Like, we would pass 10 levels or something. Like, Jesus. Yeah. These guys are a little cautious. See, king 3 here, a little pair. A lot of draws out there. Expect them to call.
I'm with you. Well, if we call the turn, we're probably calling that river. Sammartino has 8 high. If he wants to win this 1.1 million chip pot, he's going to have to bet.
Be a little uncharacteristic of him, though. I haven't really seen him go for these multi-stabs.
Yeah. Let's it go. Malinowski over 15 million chips. I think that's the first time tonight that he's passed the 15 million chip barrier. What are we going to do with 8-7 of clubs?
I guess he might even ship this and then ace would call. This is good. Finally.
It's good. Fireworks. And I have a good feeling about 8-7 of clubs here, man.
Yeah, like if I had to choose between these two hands, I'd choose 8-7 clubs.
Yeah.
This has to be a call.
Except when I'm the one with 8-7 and the flop is always so dry and it's just like ace, deuce, deuce. And I'm like, whoa, I'm throwing up in my mouth. Sammartino's got 15 big blinds behind. He does make the call. We both like the 8-7 of clubs. And let's see. Nope.
Yeah, that's one of those flops.
Yeah. Well, that's an amazing turn. Jack 6 or a club, and it's all over. It could be a jack. That's a queen, I think. It is a queen. Oh, Sammartino with the double. Back to 6.4 million. Kind of funny how the flop was so crap, and then the turn is like, oh.
Yeah, we're like, yep. See, that's what we're talking about. No hope on the flop.
The scariest flops there with ace-4 are just like when neither of you flop a pair. And then you're like, uh-oh.
The real hold. And they got like a little gut shot. You're like, oh man, just enough power.
Yep. So that's our battle. We'll continue. Ace 3 against 3 deuce here. Obviously, ace high is good. We also pick up a 3 high flush draw. Malinowski is going to bet 1 big blind. Sammartino will let it go. Are we going to make it to another break, Nananoka? That's what I want to know right now.
It's possible. The only reason I say not possible is that the blinds obviously go up still.
Yeah, they go up pretty fast here too.
Yeah, and it's starting to make an impact. But if there was a chance, I think they could make it happen.
That's often how it goes.
I'm the guy that covers all grounds. I need to make sure I'm not wrong.
You're definitely not wrong, guys. Well, he also predicted a long or a short heads-up match. It's a pretty long one so far.
Yeah.
We're gonna jam the 7s, and Sammartino is gonna be forced to fold. My birthday.
I would say,
89.
no, this is for sure considered long at this point. It's the can't even be a medium. This is definitely, this is long. It's okay.
All right. Queen 9 with the lymph. Jack 6, obviously pretty garbage. We used to see a lot of 3-bets from just like kind of garbage hands that really don't
Okay,
flop
thank
well.
you.
And there we
Good read.
have it. Yeah. I mean, Malinowski's hand is really quite nice and heads up. Makes the call, but gets out-flopped by Jack 6. There is no justice in this world, Nanonoko.
I mean, I'm just thinking, like, is this really a good comment to say outflopped? It's Jack 6 and Queen 9 in the end, right? It's like, I don't know.
I mean, I like Queen 9. I really don't like Jack 6. That's the not low and short deck, okay, mate?
Outflopping is kind of like a King 10 versus an Ace 10. They hit a king, you know? But this is like, whatever. Oh, wow. Did he just call with Queen 9 offsuit? What does he have?
A gut shot.
No, where?
And,
Show me.
And he had an overpair, but
There's no
more.
gut shot.
There is now.
But not on the flop.
Yeah, no, that's what you said. What does he have? And I look at the board and I'm like, he's got a gut shot now. And he obviously had an overcard.
Yeah, heroic. So Wiktor is going to lose some chips here, right? Because you float this flop, you got to fire at some point, don't you?
But why would he lose chips? Okay, now he's going to lose chips. I had the feeling that Sammartino was like, oh man, I really didn't want to get involved in his hand. And even if I flop the jack, I'm still not feeling all that good about it.
Yeah, actually, I think the 6 will save Limitless a little bit. Because I think the 6 will make Dario value bet himself. Had it not been the 6, he probably would have check called a bit.
But I actually think if Limitless would have bet real big, like 2.5 million, and the river is like an ace or something, I think Sammartino would fold.
Possible, for sure. So that kind of pot got out of hand, and it's actually made the chips
very
even
close.
out a bit.
Closer than
Yeah.
it's been all heads up battle.
Just because Limitless wanted to play the Queen 9. Crazy.
Yeah, the call on the flop was a little adventurous, but then again, it also sucks to fold 3-bet pots.
Yeah.
Only 2 single c-bet. Probably just hoping to spike something beautiful on the turn, but he didn't. If he's gonna look back at that hand, he's like, Jack 6, mate. That's what we went with. I haven't actually played short deck in a while. I still think short deck is fun. There's like a diehard little core community of short deck players over at GG. Like every single time I'm like, hey, I haven't played short deck in a while. I open up short deck and it's the same dudes from Thailand just jamming every random ace they have. I was like, man, it's funny because in the MTT tournaments, like the craziest players by far in the mid stakes are the Chinese and the Israelis. Brazil's pretty crazy too, but I mean, Chinese and Israelis, they're just nuts. But in short deck, like, I don't know, man, they love short deck in Thailand and they love to get it all in before the flop. Jackpot hunting. What's happening over here?
Wow.
We make a sick call with the 5.
Yeah, I think Limitless put in 2 bets here. He's trying to make it as close as possible all of a sudden. Like he's getting tired of playing these small pots.
Can't blame him. He's gonna limp now with the 7-4 offsuit. Sammartino's got pocket 6s, a hand that has flopped the set a couple times tonight. Not this time, but still is best.
Don't they run some like special short deck tournaments, like maybe the circuit event? Like you got to get in there. Maybe there's like a couple hundred, like a $200 one or something.
I can try. I sometimes play the short deck hypers, but it's just bananas. Like everyone is just jamming, jam, and I'm like, what are we doing here? Malinowski makes a little bet on the turn. The 6s are 3rd pair. Makes the call. It's a scary river card, I think, right? Because like, if you were good, there's a chance you are no longer good. But it goes check. Sammartino will receive the kneels that his 6s are good as he wins another one and he gets over 9 million chips. What happened to the 15 million chips of Limitless?
Didn't you say Limitless? You're feeling good about him winning? They're like even in chips now already. What?
I know. I still feel good about it. They're gonna get an all in the call soon, and then like 17 is gonna have queens, and Limitless is gonna have king 6 suited, and then there's gonna be a king on the flop, and it's all over.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. I think Dario's gonna get it in good at some point,
And he's gonna
but I
lose.
feel it's not. He's gonna lose because I think Malinowski has hit the ace multiple times, right? Or like something
The one
dirty.
over. The one over.
Yeah, the one over.
Yes, indeed. Jack high beats 10 high. Cracker. Malinowski probably feels like he should bluff here because he's been losing a lot of hands.
There was a bet somewhere, wasn't there?
On the flop, I guess, because on the turn
Yeah.
went check, check.
But
No?
but look at those hands. So this guy, someone called Jack High or something, I guess. Nice bluff.
Or maybe it was just pre-flop. No.
Like a min rate. But they seem out of character how they've been playing, but maybe you're right. Stack sizes are a little different. Wow, he's thinking. He wants to bluff raise. I hope.
He's
And
feeling
not
hot.
call. I know he's feeling.
He's on fire.
I want to see the 10 high call lose to the Jack High value bet. That'd be funny. He
made
called
what?
10 high.
Oh my god. Can you believe, like, Limitless is gonna be so confused when he sees that he got called and then he wins. He's like, what?
That's the emoji if I have. Come on, Liv. You gotta link that.
That's where I would use not sure if. And like that's a good one for not sure if, even though you use it in different spots most of the time, but or just the WTF, which I actually really like too. It's like, what the hell?
That was funny. That was really funny.
All right, King 9 offsuit battling that with Jack 9. Neither player flopping a pair.
I don't think we've ever seen that kind of a hand. We see high card calls, but we haven't seen high card lose to little high card, little bigger.
The not nothing beats the second not nothing, guys. Just a heads up. We've got King High. King High feels real good here. Malinowski's like, Jack High was good last hand. Maybe it's good again. This time it's not good, so Sammartino wins a few more chips. But it's kind of waiting for, I don't know, just some fun post-flop action, even though that Jack and 10 high was obviously quite fun. Or maybe two big hands. This is a monster flop for Dario Sammartino. Flop stop pair and the 7 high flush draw. The thing is, what it often is, Nano, is that one player either has it all and then the other one has nothing, right? We haven't seen too many hands where they both have something exciting going and we're like, oh, I can't wait to see what the river is. It's often pretty obvious where the hand is going.
Because, like, at least when you're playing a full ring, right? People play obviously much more connected cards. So, like, 10-9 suited versus Queen-Jack suits. Well, if someone hits a pair, someone has a straight draw, right? And vice versa.
Malinowski takes the lead here on the turn as he pairs his kings, but he also had an open ender in the backdoor club, so he definitely wasn't going anywhere. Sammartino still has bottom pair. I actually think he's going to fold this one. I know it's hard to make a pair, but I'd be okay with folding here. He's not. Makes the call.
Nice read.
I guess if we're calling off at 10 high, we're probably not folding any pairs. Limitless goes for a slightly bigger bet on the river, a little short of 3 big blinds. Sammartino still has bottom pair and only bottom pair. It's been a pretty big call. Doesn't make it. Ace 5 and Queen 4. I do think, by the way, like obviously they've both played well, but these are probably the two guys that got the most amount of premiums tonight, right? Because at one point, Limitless was also getting like a lot of queens and kings and aces. Obviously, Dario had an insane run of cards where he got nothing but aces, kings, queens, and jacks.
I feel like Dario was a little bit more fortunate with the hands in the sense that he got more value out of them, but Malinowski kind of just took down the blinds a bit more. Yeah. But I feel like Dario oftentimes he got like important doubles. He was down to like 900,000 chips at one point. Then he got the lucky aces, right? Stuff like that. Okay, so Nice value. Got called by a pair of fours. Look at that board.
It's a beautiful moment to have a 5.
Has Dario taken the chip lead yet? I don't think so. I think it's been real close.
If he bets even just one big blind here and Malinowski calls, then he would have the chip lead. He said he's gonna bet 4 big blinds. I think Limitless is gonna be forced to fold here. What do we beat?
A 9x, I guess. 10x. Nothing.
Busted spades.
Yeah.
He's gonna let it go. Has not taken the lead, but he's awfully close. Maybe after this hand, as Limitless has 7 deuce. Why do I feel like there's trouble here? There shouldn't be any trouble, but
he's like, I want to see a flop. But Limitless has this thing, I don't know if you know, he likes to play 7 deuce.
yeah, no, that's why I felt there was trouble.
Yeah, you know about this.
All right, I'll let that one go immediately. But this does mean that we have a new chip leader. Dario Sammartino has now more chips than Wiktor Malinowski. Is it going wrong again for Limitless? Last time he had an overwhelming chip lead. Doesn't he play a lot of heads up in general, Malinowski?
Yeah, but maybe not with these stack sizes much. I don't know. I mean, remember he played Fedor, he lost to him.
Yeah, but I felt like that was a little bit more of an exhibition match.
Yeah, true. Do you remember when Limitless beat Christopher Brewer with 7 deuce offsuit for like hundreds of thousands in that cash game pot?
Yeah,
he called he called a 4-bet or something. He hit a runner wheel. Like it was the funniest pot ever.
Yeah. It's really fun to watch the guys just play at the VIP tables. If I ever ship something big, can't wait to play some PLO with the big boys. Elis, I'm coming.
Well,
Be patient.
you got to play with Matthias Eibinger, you said, at the All In or Fold PLO.
Mate, that was a bad night, okay? That was a bad night and a bad idea. He probably already thought I was a baboon, but after he saw that, he probably thinks I'm the biggest baboon on this planet.
He's like, this commentator is gonna come play with me all in or fold. One hand.
First hand, 3 diamonds on the board. I'm like, well, I've got a pair. I have a blocker. He puts me all in. I think I have to call. And I'm drawing dead, like an all in or fold. And
you're drawing dead in a game that's hard to draw dead.
Yeah, I know. It was a ridiculously bad one hand by me. In my defense, I was half a bottle of Jack Daniels deep. You know, the judgment is a little cloudy then. But probably did not score any points in the book of Matthias Eibinger.
Well, no, he's definitely very happy. He's probably like, well, thanks for the 1K.
I don't know, man. When you earn it like that, it probably even feels dirty. It's like, that boy shouldn't have even been here. Sammartino is betting his little combo draw. He's got the 5-high flush draw, and obviously would make a straight with a 7. Don't think Limitless should fold here. And he doesn't. The board kind of pairs, breaks 3 6s. And now we have 5-high. What will Sammartino do?
If he's betting, he's trying to bluff his opponent off a draw, like a 10-jack, a queen-10, a queen-jack, a 7x. If he wants to do that, he doesn't need to bet too much, but he just gives up. Dario's not really a multi-barreler, is he? He's kind of like a one and done.
Limitless will receive the good news again that Queen High is good once more, and he has retaken the chip lead. Obviously still pretty damn deep. Malinowski playing over 40 big blinds. Sammartino playing a little short of 30. Probably gonna lose a few more here. I'm not used to this from Limitless. Like, I know obviously what he's doing is totally fine, but I always think of Limitless as kind of crazy and aggressive. But in his heads up, it's like Limitless full ring is like the lion, you know, like wow, and then Limitless heads up is like the little kitty who's like with the cute eyes. It's like, let's play small ball.
Yeah, it's they play very solid, conservative a little bit. Like, cause I think for Lykonen, right? Like, he's a heads-up boss, right? But he was playing like quite similar to this, or limping every hand, just out grinding, not really making many plays.
And to be fair,
Maybe.
when Ben CB was heads up, he also kind of played this style, right? Ben was also very, very careful and tried to keep the pot small until he had it.
But the difference is Ben CB is a tournament player, right? These guys are heads up, cash game, like nosebleed specialists. Right? I can understand Ben CB. He studies these stack sides and stuff.
Hey,
I don't
I
know.
wanted to ask you before, and I completely forgot. How is the challenge going between the Russian dude and Limitless that have been flaming each other? Because I still have a hard time following that. Somebody gave me a link where I can watch some of it, but kind of missed it, and I've had some very busy days. Do you
I
have
think
any
they've been
updates on that?
they started playing again. They took a break. I'm not sure
Stefan, right?
why.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stefan. They took a break, but they started playing again recently. I think Limitless has been getting wrecked. I think it like just start like cut last couple of days.
Yeah.
But he didn't lose as much as he won here. You know what I mean? So it's not that big a deal. But yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely river for Dario Sammartino. I was about to say it's going to be hard for him to win this one. Hey, when we river at 10, it becomes a little more doable. 312,000 for second place, 364,000 for first. $80,000 difference. Did I say 64? I mean 94, guys.
Math is tough.
We are officially past midnight. It's been a long day, mate. Solid 18-hour day. I did have a little nap, actually. And I was thinking of playing some poker after the stream because I'm always motivated to play a bit myself after watching couple hours. I'm like, oh, this is going to be sick. But I still need to have dinner, too. And now I don't know if I can get myself to play. But a little PLO won't hurt, will it, Nanonoko?
Be careful, okay? Just don't spiral it out of control.
I will stay away from all in or fold with Matthias Iving. I promise you that.
The funny thing is you feel like playing some poker, but you're playing PLO, cash game, like completely different than what you've been commentating on, you know?
No, but I'll always, like, the thing is, I play some tournaments on the side monitor. Because, like, the thing is, if I only play tournaments, I'm going to play too loose. I know myself, you know, I get bored. I want to get involved. So it's better to just focus on, like, 2 cash gables of PLO. And then I've got my tournaments on this side. Like, I don't need to use all my brain activity to play a little bit of a no-limit tournament, you know? It's pretty straightforward stuff for me.
So the idea is that the PLO gets you active enough, and then the tournaments you can kind of just play straightforward, grind it. And if you get far, then you start to focus.
Exactly. No, that's exactly what it is. Like, obviously, you know, the first 10 level, as long as registration is open, tournaments are not that interesting, right? Only when the registration closes, you get closer to the money. That's where it becomes fun. And I think you can really start giving it your all. Sammartino wins another pot. Cheeky 1 million pot. Yeah, that's the way I like to do it. Because I know, otherwise I'm just going to open up like all these mediocre hands in tournaments from early positions, and it's just no bueno. Better to get the degency out of the system by playing some PLO, especially 5-card Nanonoko. You see so much potential in every end. Anything under 80% VPIP is a crime in my eyes. So
My question to you is, win big pot.
in this heads up? Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know, mate. I think after the next break. Oh, flushy for Dario Sammartino. Now, if that was the jack of spades, I would say big pot right now.
Well,
So
I
it's
do
just-
think Limitless is going to lose some chips here. He check called a flop. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to try to go for it. Guess he thinks the Queen High Showdown's enough. Somehow.
I imagine for everyone that like only has money on one of these guys, right? They either bet on Dario or they bet on Limitless. This is pretty tense to watch because you're like, come on, like close it out, make a comeback. For me, it's not that tense because I had a little bit of money on both of them, and there is a difference. It's $100 and something difference. And I think for our tournament series, it's good that Malinowski wins because I think he's a very big. Obviously, Sammartino is a big name too, but I mean, Limitless is Limitless, right? He's an actual. Relevant star legend, so kind of like to see him win. And I gotta say, this is not exactly the I like the part where we had 4 guys with $1 million and Limitless was like a big boss bullying everyone. We're like, yeah, let's go Limitless. But now we are watching a heads up where they're both every now and then betting one big blind, and we
The
did
thing
see
is,
a cool.
They're holding these guns, right? But they both know they're not loaded. That's the thing. They just know they're just carrying. It's just all for show. Yeah, it's small pots here. Yeah, I agree with you. The 13 million to 111 was actually really cool. Like you get to see like the other guys trying to outladder each other. It was kind of funny. Now it's kind of like still playing for 80K, but just slowly.
Mm-hmm.
But
And the
it's
sick
funny,
part as well.
you were saying there's some guys of selling money on one guy or the other, right? I just think like they're like, oh, this is so grindy, and they're like, what the hell, Jack 6 offsuit and Queen 9 offsuit? What's going on?
Yeah. I gotta say, it's actually insane to watch heads up for this long, and I feel like no, could be a big one, but that neither of them really had a proper hand at the same time. You know, where are the nines against the ace king, or you know, the pocket eights against the pocket tens, ace
Well, I
king
think this
suited
is
against ace queen. But
maybe this is one of those pots, right? Like this is double connection and check raisey.
Yep. I think if I'm Sammartino, I'm just calling and pray there's no heart that rolls off.
I agree. I think on this board it's very bluffy too. It's just easy for his opponent just to have no connection that can even put an extra action like that.
That is a beautiful card.
And I imagine Limitless has to bet again. The reason is he can get like those ace highs to fold, some like king queens or whatever. They probably would bet call.
We raising now if we are Dario Sammartino?
I think I'm still calling. I think if I raise, I look like I have a 6, and I really don't want them to think I have a 6 because then they can start hero folding some hands. I know it seems like the guy bet 800K, they might be getting too good of a price on like a draw, but like he is going to raise. He's like, wants to build, but I still think I prefer calling.
I kind of wonder what Limitless does. I mean, obviously, you can say 1.3 million to play for 5, and if you hit a 7. But the problem is, well, there's 2 hearts on the board, right? So what if you do hit your straight, but it's a heart? Are you worried about that then? So I don't really mind him folding. Dario does take the lead now, and he actually takes the lead in a pretty big way. As now he's the one for the first time tonight, I believe, with over 10 million chippies. 11 million. No, 10.
Yeah, you're hyping up this story, Limitless winning, and now he's down in chips. Blinds are up.
Yeah.
I can't believe this guy might potentially lose it. Like, the Ferrari man's shit.
I honestly feel like we're watching the opposite of short deck, you know, where people get aces, kings, queens all the time. I feel like we took out all the picks, all the paint cards in the aces, and it's like the highest card you can get is a 9. Good luck, guys. It's like, oh man.
But then we put the high cards back in when the flop comes out, you know, so that you really miss it.
It's like this is a new form of poker. We didn't have a name for it yet, but we'll figure something out. So weird.
It's like this game, you can value bet jack high and get called by 10 high.
It's actually insane. They just keep getting small cards, and then obviously the flops are often big cards. Malinowski is betting once again, drawing pretty much dead here. Sammartino flopping traps for the second time in 3-4 hands. Must be nice. Wrong moment to do that. Limitless had absolutely nothing. Limitless is now down to 22 big blinds, Randy. That's the fewest amount of big blinds he's had since I think he beat fucking checks with King 10.
Like, do you think like some... Oh, I was going to say, do you think like a guy in a Ferrari is popping up in his head right now? But now he's feeling, I'm going to win a Ferrari because this is double up time, right?
It should be, I think. You know, Sammartino has been making the pots a little bit bigger. He's feeling like he's the man in charge right now. I actually think we can raise. Like, there are many moments where you can just check this. But since the way they have been playing over the last few hands and the chips are sliding away, I actually really like the raise here.
Yeah. Plus, like, there's not too many cards that are scary. Like the ace. Like, so raising makes a lot of sense now.
Oh, well, there you go. Snap call. King, queen against king 6. If we can avoid queens, we've got a double up. We need to avoid queens and 7s. No queen, no 7. And we are back. Oh, it's a 6. Oh my God. I saw the board pair. I was like, never mind. That's still good for Limitless, guys. A full house is good. Nanonoko, we are literally back to where we started this heads-up match an hour and a half ago. As Limitless has 13.3 million chips and Dario Sammartino has 9.5. The only difference is, back then Sammartino had 40 big blinds or something. Now he's got 15?
Yeah. So why did we play the last hour and a half? What was the point?
Just to have a little chat with each other. I don't get an opportunity to talk with you very often. I sent you one hand history in my life, and you told me that if I would do that again, you'd be seriously pissed off. So, like, I don't get my Nanonoko time here. And the guys over at GG, they know that. They're like, you know what? We're going to make Roddy's Tuesday. We'll give him some quality time with Nanonoko.
Hey, you're one of the guys I get to talk to the most, believe it or not, in the week. So, like, you should feel a little special.
I absolutely do, mate. Sammartino is going to bet his open ender here, and Limitless will let it go immediately. I feel like I've seen this before. Sammartino is going to slowly chip up back to 6 million, win a big one, 8 million.
No.
Retake the lead.
Just do not do this. No. I can't do another hour and a half of this, Roddy.
I like this. Obviously, we're going to see a little more action now, guys, because the blinds are getting big, and Sammartino doesn't have the 30 big blinds he had earlier. We are going to continue with the 8-3s and the 9-3s, though. Let's do a little final hand prediction. What's going to be the winning combo of hands, Nanonoko? Guess the winning hand.
Ace-9 suited. I don't know. What?
I think the winning hands 10-9 suited.
10-9 suited. It's possible. Okay, I want to ask you, what's your suit ranking pre-flop? Spades, clubs, diamonds, hearts.
It's funny because I actually was thinking about this earlier because I asked my Italian friend who's new to poker. I was like, "Hey, what's your favorite suit?" And I know it's like a really dumb thing to ask, right? Because like obviously it doesn't matter. And he's like, this and that. And I was like, should I ask Nano? He's like, no, Nano's going to flame me for that because it's really stupid. But now you ask me, so I'm glad you asked. I actually really like the clubs, but only in 4 color decks. I don't like the black clubs, but I love green clubs. So I'd probably go like clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts.
You're kidding me. You put spades that low, not even the top 2.
Yeah.
I regret asking you this question now because everyone puts spades in the top 2. Everyone.
Clubs is best, man. Club. What do we have here?
Pair of 3s. Nice value bet. Pair of 9s. Deuce sticker.
9 deuce, one of the better hands we've seen in this heads up.
Ace-9.
That's your hand. Sammartino. 7-8 flops pretty good.
Maybe Checo.
Yeah. 5-5-5.
That's a slot machine hand.
You know, it actually really sucks when this rolls off on the cash tables because even if you make quads, you don't get the bonus. You know, to get the big hand jackpot over at GG, you need to hold pocket 5s and then have 2 5s on the board.
Right, you need to use both whole cards, right?
Yeah, so it really sucks when you made quads, but then you don't get your bonus. You're like, oh man.
I changed my prediction. I think King Jack's gonna win it.
Okay, I think Ace Queen offsuit is gonna win it. No. Limitless with Ace Queen offsuit. Dario Sammartino with 13 big blinds has Ace 8 of clubs. It's a beautiful hand. All in and a call. If we're folding this, I will be molding. I don't have to mold. Here we go. Can we find any clubs or any 8s? No, we cannot. Not yet, at least. An 8. Oh, a club. Any club is good. Broadway for Malinowski at this point, but a club will obviously improve. Oh, the sweat.
That's a big sweat.
The 3 of spades is no good for Dario Sammartino, and it's 2019 all over again as he once again is the runner-up. But it will be Limitless who wins his first High Roller Super Millions. Should have won it many weeks ago when he had a 5-1 chip lead over the only unknown player at the final table back then called Ferrari Man. Ferrari Man just kind of owned Limitless, but not today. Today it was Limitless. What was the big hand that turned it all around again in the heads up right before?
Why can't I remember? It just happened. Oh, the King Queen and the King 6, 2 pair versus.
Yeah, exactly. Top 2 pair versus top pair. Well done by Limitless. One hell of a broadcast, Nanonoko. I think it's awesome to add him to the list of champs, though, of the High Roller Super Million. He has tried before. At one point, you're like, Roddy, stop talking about Limitless. He's never going to make the final table. Then he made the final table, almost won it, and today he gets it done.
Yeah, it's good to see Limitless win. Like, this guy is obviously a big nosebleeds crusher. Amazing player. Like, he actually performed really well in both the times he's been in our final tables. I really like both the way he played in both of them. He kind of goes for a bit more. He makes some hero calls when he thinks it's right. The big call he made was at A7 against Ponakovs. I don't know if you remember, right? Like Ponakovs at 10-6, yeah. Jack 7, 8, ace. It's a beautiful turn call. Like, it was such a terrible board for him too, but he still just correctly put his opponent on the draw. And that was a big swinging point for him. Obviously, him getting lucky with King 10 against Ponakovs Jacks helps too. Played great today. Like, the thing is, this heads up lasted quite a long time. It was a bit grindy, a bit back and forth, a lot of one big blind bets here and there. So I kind of forgot what happened before the previous 3 hours, but still, it was just a lot of talent. And the thing is, with talent, it doesn't necessarily mean big bluffs all the time, big call downs. Sometimes the best way to play is just grinding it out, and that's what you're going to see.
No, it happened twice though, right? That Limitless had 1 over, 1 under. It was King 10 against Jacks, and then I think it was against Jacks again. I don't know what it was back then, but obviously winning those is very important. I do think, like we said before in that sub, it was fun when Limitless had over 11 million chips and the other 4 players all had between 1 and 2 million chips. Like, that's crazy. Massive page jumps from 5th to 2nd. But in the end, it still took a very long time tonight. I'm just happy to see Limitless get it done. Pick the winner, and unlike Nanonoko, I don't copy his prediction or pick a chip leader. No, I pick in the guys that come in 7th, because I just know these things. They call me Mystic Roddy for a reason, Nanonoko. Well done, Limitless. Should have bet a bit more. I actually regret it. Why did I only bet 50? What a pussy I am.
Yeah. Well, not only that, why did you bet on 5 different people? Like, why didn't you remove someone and put more spread out amongst the people? My God.
To be fair, like, the other 2 bets were very tiny, like the 25 on the massive payouts. And then the only other serious bet I made was on Dario Sammartino. And to be fair to him, he got very close to winning it. You know, a couple cards away, so...
Would you bet on him again, though?
No.
Dead.
No, not that, but... Nah. I know my Russians, and I actually, like, to be fair... Alex Ponakovs got really unlucky tonight. I actually did think that he deserved a little better than what he got in the end, because I think at one point it looked like he was going to win it.
Yeah, I think Ponakovs, like, of all the other guys I played, I think he stood out to me. I think he played really well. I've always been pretty impressed with his play. I think he plays a big stack much better. I don't want to say much better, because he plays a short stack well, but like, if you want final table betting, like, Ponakovs big stack is a pretty good choice in my opinion.
I agree with you. Well, guys, that is going to do it. It's almost been 4.5 hours, or actually it's been a bit more, 4.5 hours, with our pre-show and our pre-show of me hanging out with Nanonoko. Limitless gets the W of the High Roller Super Millions, which means that he should get a little border too, no? Shouldn't he get a little ribbon around his avatar? And I think that's pretty awesome. Well done to him. Congrats to all the guys that put a little bit of money on Malinowski. And obviously we'll be back same time, same place next week for the High Roller Super Millions Week 48. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that yet. And we'll see you soon. Goodbye.
Elke was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best.